Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of our first ever virtual summer summit. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Mona, and I'm the program manager here in Silicon Valley for our FinTech team. Today, we'll be kicking it off with opening remarks by George Damouni, our Plug and Play Ventures partner. And then we'll have a keynote by Uzma Makhdoumi, who is currently the head of payment partnerships at Google. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Mona, and I'm the We'll be following up with the presentations by 21 of our Batch 11 FinTech companies and wrapping it up with opening remarks, with closing remarks and corporate innovation awards. Now on to housekeeping. All attendees shall remain muted throughout the entire session. Please use the Q&A feature down below to ask any questions. We will not be doing a live Q&A. However, we do have someone manning the Q&A chat, and we will get back to you as quickly as we can. Remember to head over to Brella to network with our startups. If you have not done so already, please use the QR code on your screen to sign up and access Brella to network with today's attendees. If you can access the browser version of Brella, you can even hop on video calls directly through the website, which is pretty neat as it eliminates the whole process of setting up a call. And without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to George Damouni, our Plug and Play Ventures partner. Welcome, George.
Thank you, Mona. Appreciate it. Hi, everybody. So really excited to be here today. I really appreciate all of you taking your morning to spend it with us, or your evening if you're in Europe or Asia. So as Mona mentioned, my name is George Damouni. I am one of the partners here on the ventures team at Plug and Play. Quick background on myself. I started with the firm about 7 years ago and really grew with the company. So today I manage about half of our investments that go through Plug and Play's programs, as well as about 100 people on the ventures team that work with us to source, screen, vet, and invest in companies. Some of my good companies here are listed below. So luckily have a good track record, and they keep letting me invest at Plug and Play. So really fortunate to be here, and thank you for having me. So I know a lot of folks have been to Plug and Play before. Again, as Mona mentioned, this is our first virtual summer summit. So we wanted to spend some time to just describe what Plug and Play does prior to jumping into the exciting portion, the startup portion. And it really dates back to this picture. So this is actually the first 35 employees of Google. And Syed Hamidi, our founder and CEO, owns a bunch of real estate properties. This one is actually on 165 University Avenue in Palo Alto, that main drag that goes all the way to Stanford University. That's where actually Google, Logitech, PayPal, and Danger all started when they were just startups. 2 people that grew to 50 people within his building. That person on the bottom left and on the phone is actually Omid Kordestani, one of the advisors for Plug and Play, one of Syed's best friends as well. And he's actually the current chairman of Twitter. On the top right, we have Marissa Mayer, who became the CEO of Yahoo. And through these relationships, we actually invested in her new company, very stealthy, called Lumi Labs. But PayPal was actually one of the first investments for the Hamidi group. Max Levchin came in, didn't have any credit. So instead of paying them rent money, they exchanged 2 years of free rent for equity in the company. And that later became one of the best and first tech investments for the Hamidi group, which later became Plug and Play. So fast forward to today. So we're really 2 things. One, we're an early stage investor, as I mentioned. We're actually one of the more active investors in the world, investing in about 200 startups per year, mostly in the seed and Series A stage. The second thing we do is a global innovation platform where we connect startups to corporations for potential licensing deals, business development opportunities, investment, or even acquisition. And as mentioned, some of our corporate partners are listed here. Very, very excited to show some of you guys the name brands that we have working with us, like Coca-Cola, P&G, ExxonMobil. We have Walmart and Amazon. So we're covering a lot of commerce in the US. And I'll touch on our FinTech partners later on. This is actually my favorite slide. So this is our portfolio slide, almost our bragging slide, if you wish. We're lucky enough to have 11 unicorns in the Plug and Play portfolio. A unicorn is when a company reaches over $1 billion in valuation. So I spoke about a few of them before: Dropbox, PayPal, Lending Club, all legacy companies in our portfolio. More recently, companies like N26, a mobile-only bank out of Germany that got a 3.5 billion valuation. Applyboard that just raised at a 1.4 billion valuation out of Canada 3 weeks ago, and one that's really close to my heart, Honey, that got acquired by PayPal for 4 billion all cash. We were their first investor when there was just 1.5 employees on the team. So the FinTech program. So we were lucky enough to start our FinTech program over 5 years ago today. And since then, we've accelerated 300 startups in our programs alone, conducted about 200 pilots, averaging about 40 pilots per year between startups and corporations, which is crazy in the financial services space. We have 94 FinTech portfolio companies and well over 100 investments within those companies. 70 of our partners in the FI space and 10 locations internationally. So we really want to highlight and really pay attention to each and every one of our FinTech corporate partners. We really thank you and really, for giving us a chance and opportunity to help you with your innovation journey. We couldn't really be here without you guys. So really want to highlight each and every single one of you. Thank you very, very much for trusting us with your innovation journey and connecting you with the right startups to work with and pilot and license for your own businesses. So really couldn't be here without you, and we can't thank you enough. So as mentioned, we are taking over the world. We have 34 offices now around the world. And one more slide, please. These are our FinTech locations. So 10 of those internationally right now. We launched Amsterdam with ING in June of last year, and in Sao Paulo, Brazil on September of last year with a number of banks and FIs over there. And I wanted to focus on one program in particular in Paris, which, BNP Paribas was a partner in Silicon Valley for about 2 years before they decided to move over to Paris and partner with us. So we launched that program in 2017 as a way to get closer to their business units, C-level executives, and really decision makers. And the program is really unique where every company that goes through that program ends up getting a pilot with the bank. So we've accelerated 43 startups so far since 2017 and conducted 54 pilots between startups and BNP Paribas. And the crazy thing about this is 35% of those pilots ended up into a full production, saving the bank millions, tens of millions of dollars in cost reduction and digital transformation. So again, thank you very much, BNP. And just one more slide, I want to thank the Plug and Play team. So this is the FinTech team. We couldn't fit it on one slide, so we put it on two. Thank you. So really, I just feel like we're so fortunate to work with such great people on the team that really go out above and beyond to help each and every one of our partners. So when you guys see them on a webinar, please give them a virtual high five. And hopefully when we're all back in person, we can give each other a real high five. So a few FinTech trends before I wrap up here. So a lot of our corporate partners have asked us what we're seeing in the market as it pertains to FinTech and how COVID-19 has affected that. So one of those trends was digital transactions will rise. I think it's no secret. Consumers are seeking more hygienic and convenient ways for payments. And it's crazy to think that e-commerce alone jumped 20% of the overall commerce spend during the pandemic. Before this, it was roughly 10%. And it took us 10 years to get there. So 10 years for 10%, 3 months for the next 10%, which has been incredible. A few of our companies that we invested in the space, Flutterwave, which allows mostly cash-based societies, developing countries to transact digitally. So the likes of Airbnb, Uber, and whatnot can now transact within Africa, for example. And ChargeAfter, which allows lenders to compete for POS financing on e-commerce. Another trend is an emphasis on mobile first and mobile only. So companies like Mantle, which allows seamless onboarding for credit unions and banks. I just opened up a Marcus by Goldman Sachs account, and my account was funded in less than 3 minutes. I was fully onboarded, KYC'd, and it was just an incredible experience. And I think that's just the tip of the iceberg. And companies like Albert that really help the Gen Zs and millennials manage their money so they can, go to dinner every night, afford to, buy their car in the next, year and then maybe a house in 10 years. They just got $50 million from Capital G, one of Google venture arms. Digital identity, this is huge, especially given now everything is going into the digital space. Companies like Onfido, helping background checking for the shared economy. They just received $100 million from TPG, and Instant, which is a single sign-on, a single source of identity for e-commerce. And of course, we think digital banking will dominate the new to consumer banking customer, starting all the way from teenager or preteens. Companies like Jazzby play into this space where they manage the parent-child finance relationship as it pertains to allowances. And those allowances on the Jazzby platform can be shopped with in a virtual mall for those preteens and teens. So it's an incredible way to get them get the consumer really, really young and then grow with them in their journey. And then of course, N26, our mobile-only bank out of Germany that opens and operates all the accounts from the mobile device. And with that being said, that was my talk. I hope you enjoyed it. Again, my name is George Demoni. It was a pleasure to speak with you all today. I really hope you enjoy the rest of the day. And if you'd like to contact me, my email is george@pnptc.com. And with that, I'll pass it back to Mona. Thank you.
Thank you so much, George. That was great. Thanks for that overview of Plug and Play and our fintech vertical and our investments, of course. So next up, I'd like to welcome Uzma Makhdoumi to the stage. She's currently the head of payment partnerships at Google, where she helped launch Google Pay internationally in multiple markets. She now leads new business development initiatives for consumer payments globally, working with banks, payment networks, regulators, and financial technology companies to incubate new use cases to support consumers and merchants. Prior to Google, Uzma was leading commercialization for Visa and was also one of the early product managers for mobile at Yahoo. She's been a consultant at McKinsey, advising high-tech companies, and started her career as an engineer at Bose Corporations. Uzma double majored at MIT and holds an MBA from Stanford. She's also a certified leadership and executive coach, an advisory board member for Rise Up for Money 2020 to empower women leaders in payments, and a startup advisor. She even served as a mentor for Our Batch companies. Now, if that's not an impressive background, I don't know what is. Please welcome Uzma to the stage.
Thank you so much, Nadine. Let me just present my slides here. So thank you, Mona. I really appreciate being invited to be part of this virtual summit at a very exciting inflection point in fintech. Let me start by introducing myself as well. As Mona mentioned, I'm head of payment partnerships at Google, where I'm driving some of our new business initiatives. And there's a lot going on, I have to say. So COVID and this quarantine or lockdown period are perhaps the most seminal event of our lifetimes. And given that, there's a lot that we are seeing in terms of evolving trends in the fintech space due to payments. And I wanted to use this opportunity to just share my thoughts on how those trends are evolving and how we might embrace those and move forward from here as a fintech industry. So the title here is FinTech from BC to AD, BC being before COVID and AD being after domestication, with the event of COVID being pretty critical for 2020 and beyond. So I have worked in the payments and fintech space for about 12 years now and worked on activities and initiatives across multiple markets over the 6 continents. And one thing I've learned, or at least a few things I've learned actually, are that there's no one size fits all when it comes to payments and fintech. Every market is at a different stage of digitization, whether it is real-time payment rails that governments and regulators are trying to install, or even private companies for that matter, or whether it's digital wallets taking shape, or cash-based markets and governments trying to digitize cash. So markets are not the same. Number 2, I would say that money is not simple anywhere, whether it is accepting money, saving money, growing money, or just doing overall financial planning, whether you're a consumer or a merchant. And three, given that, there is still a lot more room for innovation, and that's why we're all here. So I have a friend named Sarah who has a small restaurant here in the Bay Area. Hers was a very popular restaurant. She relied a lot on foot traffic before the COVID virus hit, employed a handful of staff, and collected payments in cash, check, and through digital wallets at her point of sale system. So business was thriving. And then suddenly, COVID hit like a shockwave around the whole world. And it came suddenly, like a natural disaster, war, and financial crisis all at once, something the world has not actually experienced before. And it changed everything around Sarah. She had to furlough some of her staff, shut down her restaurant temporarily until she opened for takeout only after adopting some very stringent hygiene measures, struggled to apply for a PPP loan, and also had to help her staff obtain and manage stimulus checks from the government as everyone tried to adjust to this new reality. Not to mention, added to her plate were the burdens of homeschooling her kids and dropping off groceries to her elderly parents, which is actually the reality for a lot of folks here today. Sarah was struggling to manage her working capital and finances. Her bank branch was closed and there were long hold times on the phone. And actually, this was not limited to Sarah. I mean, there are constituents all over the ecosystem that have been struggling because of this. So consumers, are struggling and looking for financial help, especially those who are unbanked and underbanked, who are now not able to mobilize and shift toward and adjust towards digital payments, etc. For merchants, many of them who were relying on foot traffic are struggling to stay afloat. I know many merchants myself that in my neighborhood that have actually had to shut down, unfortunately, over the past couple of months. And banks are struggling to adjust. Digital transformation was always part of the agenda, but they weren't expecting the shockwave to come so soon. And so banks have been struggling to manage their branch operations, their ATM operations, and encouraging the use of digital payments for hygiene measures. And overall, we've seen a reduction in spend and a shift of payments overall from offline or physical world spending to online, as everything from buying essentials like groceries or toilet paper has moved to the online world, where people are trying to purchase online and have it shipped home. And these impacts are expected to last even after this economy starts to open up, and even after there might be hopefully a vaccine. Some of this change in behavior we expect to see continue over time. So for now, as we mentioned, consumers are shifting their behavior to purchase more online and relying on entertainment to keep themselves busy, given new social distancing rules. There's a shift towards cashless transactions and nobody wants to touch cash. And there's a focus on overall financial wellness, as well as some attempts at physical wellness as well. And over the long term, we expect that homes will continue to become multifunctional, right? It's the place where you work. A lot of companies have already said that that their employees can work from home indefinitely. They've also become your gyms, as gyms are closed. So people are working out in a big way at home. And they're also the place where you do your gaming and entertainment overall. We are seeing trends for local community-based spending, as consumers want to buy from shops that they prefer locally, that they don't want to go out of business. And we're seeing a trend of reverse urbanization, where people are moving out of big cities and moving into suburbs. I have a lot of my colleagues in New York City that have actually escaped the city and moved out to other more suburban locations. On the merchant side, we are seeing that they are trying to figure out how to manage their working capital and how to plan for their finances, so they're not strapped for cash and getting loans at the right time at the right place. there's a shift towards online marketplaces and shifting online. I think a lot of these merchants are finding that places like DoorDash and Amazon are both a blessing and a curse for them, because obviously they're enabling them to become digital and online, but then there's also that cut that they're having to give up. It doesn't come for free. And of course, trying to embrace contactless payments as quickly as possible in order to adjust to this new environment. And over the long term, we expect that these merchants will start to adjust to new business models, whether it is supporting customers with buy online, pick up in store through curbside pickups, whether it is installment billing or afterpay for users, whether it's video commerce or commerce through homes. There's a lot of focus on automation and how to reduce dependencies on supply chain vectors that can actually be shocked by systems like this. So there's a lot of focus on trying to diversify the supply chain across multiple providers, and especially sourcing locally is something that I've seen as well. And on the bank side, everyone is accelerating their digital transformation efforts. There is an emphasis on figuring out how to do more self-service and branchless banking for consumers. Banks are also trying to focus on credit management, as you have both consumers and small businesses that are either defaulting on loans, coming to search for new loans, or looking for new financing. And competition has picked up as well, because now for larger banks, having that branch network is no longer a competitive advantage in this environment. And secondly, you've got challengers such as Stripe and Square and PayPal and others that are trying to get into merchant credit and doing it in a simple and easy way. Over the long term, we see banks thinking about consolidation, as you have some that might be struggling and may not be able to recover from this. And then banks looking for banking as a service. So this is an opportunity for a number of the startups here, providing technology and solutions to banks so that they can provide banking as a service. And finally, I would say with the shift to e-commerce has grown about 44% in the last few weeks. There is obviously a need for increased cybersecurity and fraud management, because once commerce shifts online, there's obviously naturally increase in fraud as well. So the picture has been a little bit bleak over the last few weeks, with the economy facing the deepest shock since the Great Depression and reduction in overall spend, given consumers are now focusing on buying the essentials, and in fact, even buying from brands that they've never tried before. Travel is down. And other sort of discretionary spend has come down as well. There is an increase in bankruptcies, and we've seen a number of chains even file for bankruptcy, and others shut down altogether, and consolidation as well, because some companies are unable to actually raise cash. However, for the ones that have actually built a large cash reserve over the past 10 years, given the economy was booming, there is an opportunity here for them to perhaps buy out or partner with or take an investment in companies given more attractive valuations, perhaps. And then, as I mentioned earlier, there is a need for diversifying the supply chain, because the supply chain shock now has been sort of deeper and more sprawling than that from the trade war over the past couple of years. And it's expected to last longer than that which happens after a natural disaster or flood. So there is a lot of adjustment that has happened over the last I would say over the last 3 months. On the left-hand side here, you can see the expenses of consumers versus their income for a broad range of incomes. And low-income Americans have been struggling even before this. And they were, a number of them had barely enough savings to last a rainy day. And this has been, a difficult stretch for them. And for banks, you have pressure on revenues with reduced spending, which results in reduced interchange income. You have reduced interest and interest earnings as a result of that. In some cases, smaller loans and loan origination and fee waivers that they're having to give out. So there's pressure on the revenue side, and on the cost side, there's pressure also because there's losses from loans, and there's just a lot of, a number of calls coming in and expenses to manage manage the consumer base, whether it's consumers or even smaller businesses. However, on on the positive side, we have seen finally sort of a breakout moment for e-commerce. And as George mentioned earlier as well, you can see that over the last 8 weeks, we've seen a big spike up in terms of e-commerce as compared to the last 10 years. And you see companies like Shopify and others that are providing online stores really coming in handy for a lot of merchants that are trying to shift from the offline world to the online world. And so coming back to my friend Sarah, who runs the restaurant, what she's done over this period now she's actually worked to build out an online store. So she's got her menu online and she's taking orders online. She managed to sell gift cards as well in order to basically generate some sales now that can be redeemed later when the economy actually picks up. She was quite innovative in the sense of collecting donations from people so that she could deliver food to frontline workers, so doctors and nurses. So she was collecting donations and delivering food, so that actually kept her staff going and her orders and business going. And finally, she moved towards the frozen food delivery model as well. So she started creating a bunch of food and shipping it out to people where they were getting tired of home cooking. And so this way, she actually kept her sales going as well as helped the gig economy workers as well by encouraging everyone to tip heavily. So while Sarah managed to adjust, unfortunately, there were a few others who weren't able to be quite as flexible because the social distancing didn't favor them. For example, cleaning services. You can't actually go out and clean if people are not supposed to be in close contact with each other. And there were others as well that had businesses that were impacted and couldn't pivot quite as easily to the e-commerce world. So where do we go from here, given what we've seen so far? There's a lot of opportunity, and I wanted to share my perspectives on that. So let's start with a quote from Sundar, who is the CEO of Google and Alphabet. What we heard from him was that the world is not going to go back to what it used to be before. Right? We are seeing a change that will be lasting. And we've seen acceleration of digital services, whether it's work and education and medicine, shopping, entertainment, all of that is going online, right? I have seen pediatricians and doctors now talking about how convenient it is to do, telehealth and teleappointments rather than coming into the office. So we're expecting these changes to last. And so how do we embrace these changes and move forward from here? So what we are seeing overall at Google and otherwise is that things are becoming remote, right? Whether it's conferences like these or others, or whether it's education, and even colleges are starting to say that for the next year at least, they will be having digital only or online only lectures. We've talked about businesses going all digital to adjust to this. Commerce is becoming e-commerce now. There's the lines between offline and online are totally blurring as consumers are buying more in store and buying more online and going to pick up in store at curbsides where possible. And entertainment is becoming big. People are starting to use a lot more, people are starting to consume a lot of content while they're at home and unable to socialize in the way that they used to before. So what we are seeing here is, there are 3 phases really to this change, right? There was the initial shock factor where suddenly schools are closing and offices are shut down and, everything around you is changing in a rapid way. And then there's panic buying and everyone's buying toilet paper and hand sanitizers. And so there was that shock wave initially where people were, adjusting. I would say we are now in the step change phase, which is more of the adjustment phase. While the first one was sort of more anxiety driven and panic driven, this is now okay, I've accepted this is what's happening. I've accepted that I'm going to be buying or going grocery shopping every 2 weeks or ordering online. And I've accepted that I prefer not to pull out cash from the ATM and use cash, but use digital payments. So there is that adjustment phase where people are adjusting. And the other thing we're noticing in this adjustment phase is that the behaviors that we see now are likely going to last for quite a while. So whether it is entertainment becoming more popular, we know a lot of people have been using a lot of cooking recipes as people shelter in kitchen, as folks have told me. Duolingo has experienced like a 91% surge in their traffic as people are trying to learn new languages while they have the time at home. So entertainment has become big. Essentialism is the new consumer behavior at this time, buying more essential things, foregoing some of the premium or luxury items. And third is digital first is now becoming digital only, where people are now experiencing things on digital for the first time and likely will adopt that going forward. And the next phase after that is really the acceleration phase. What do we do from here, given where we are at now? So some of the things we're going to see here now are that health and safety are going to become critically important, whereas before they were cost factors, now they're going to be growth factors. So you see, airlines like United and Southwest now touting hygiene and health and safety as reasons for differentiation. And overall, we're going to see supply chain diversification as well, and people trying to buy locally a lot more as they want to keep their businesses, local businesses alive. I've touched on some of these before, but basically for consumers, they'll be relying a lot on robots and AI. Homes are becoming multifunctional, as I said. There's focus on digital inclusion, wellness, and cashless operations. For merchants, now they will be focused on a technology solution. I think people will not be questioning anymore why they need to turn on contactless acceptance at POS terminals, a struggle that I dealt with, a few years ago, where merchants had contactless terminals, but just didn't feel the need to turn them on. So you're going to see supply chain diversification. You're going to see financial planning being big. You're going to see new business models, and you're going to see, merchants trying to figure out how to build trust and loyalty and offers sitting afar, and not necessarily having that regular contact with their consumers. And then for banking, this is the digital banking tipping point, right? As banks focus on banking as a service, consolidation, security, and revenue compression from traditional means, and sort of diversifying to new business models and digital transformation. An SVP at a credit union I spoke to recently said that they've had to fundamentally change the way they do their work. And they've had to do that very, very quickly. So going from sort of having branch presence and having that regular engagement with their constituents at the credit union to quickly going digital and having drive-up drop boxes and having Zoom meetings and doing everything digitally and eliminating paper as much as possible. So they've had to spin up teams as fast as possible. And now they're trying to figure out, how do we manage engagement with our members of the credit union and be able to cross-sell and upsell without that physical presence? So that's what we're seeing across the board, even from someone as small as a credit union. So with that, let me share some thoughts on what financial institutions can do to accelerate and to embrace this change. So first and foremost, I would say, is to put the customer first. So whether that customer is a consumer or a small business that might be struggling, thinking about their needs and what you can do to actually build up that loyalty now by supporting them. So for example, for some of the unbanked, underbanked, how can you help them transact on e-commerce? Are they virtual cards that you can quickly deliver? Are they low KYC or eKYC options for them to quickly open a bank account? As George mentioned earlier, he was able to open a Marcus account in 3 minutes. How can banks enable, or FIs in general, enable users to open up accounts quickly, to educate them, provide financial and digital literacy to get them going? Second is really solving for authentication. So this is related to identity and overall authentication for transactions. So now a consumer walking into a branch with a mask on is not the need to call security. It's actually going to be the norm. People walking into a branch trying to interact with, with your sales staff or with employees at the branch, how do you deal with the fact that online and offline are merging? If the transactions are now similar, where people are just pulling up to a Target and saying their name and getting stuff put into their trunk, is there a need for different rules and different interchange for offline and online transactions? Third is, how do you think about disrupting existing business models? So for example, in India, we worked extensively with the banks to launch Google Pay in India. And India is a market where most of the transactions were being done in cash. There wasn't a lot of merchant acceptance of digital payments. So, and merchants were used to collecting cash. They perceived it as free, and consumers were used to paying in cash. And as you think about trying to digitize cash, in order to incent merchants to actually accept digital payments, right, you've got to reduce the processing cost of accepting digital payments to be close to cash, which is perceived as zero. And so you disrupt the model from being one where it's transaction-based revenue to one where transactions are lower cost. So they're actually flowing through your systems now, but then you can upsell and cross-sell higher value margin, higher margin products that have a potentially higher attach rate. So this is the time to stop thinking about perhaps the models that have worked and the status quo P&Ls that you've had for the past 10 plus years, and think about, well, what do I need to give up in the short term to get medium and longer term gains? I would say increase in automation. So how do we reduce reliance on paper and people and focus a bit more on enabling interactions that are higher value add? So for example, even reliance on branches, is there a way for you to reduce operating cost of branches by moving to a more Fidelity-like model, right? Where you have a few service centers for high value servicing in urban centers and not as many branches as before. So rethinking the whole branch strategy, perhaps even rethinking how to repurpose ATMs, right? Could they be ways to open up accounts or provide paper? So there's a lot that can be thought about there as people prefer to move away from cash withdrawals and deposits. Finally, using digital transformation to actually solve real problems versus pet projects. There's a lot that can be solved. So really prioritizing where the pain points are for your constituents and trying to prioritize those projects would be helpful. And then exploring new partnerships. This is the time to think outside the box. Like Apple and Google are partnering for the first time on contact tracing for the greater good. What partnerships can FIs think about that could support the society at large, right? Perhaps cooperative competition. And then finally, this might be the time to sort of bust the silos, bundle products, think about how you can compete in a situation where consumers are coming up with different needs and are wanting to have a very seamless experience. So what can be done to really provide an overall solution versus sort of a siloed solution, especially for larger banks where things are done by different organizations? How can you create solutions and packages that are useful for consumers as well as businesses? And then for startups, I would say, this is what I talk to some startups that I am engaged with. The first one is fairly obvious. Obviously, manage cash burn rate. So you've got to be in this for the long haul. So manage where you're spending. And then second is really prioritize and stay focused. This is a time to manage and figure out what are the top product areas that you want to deliver on for the short term, medium term, long term, and what are the verticals or partnerships that are needed, right? So, if your product is suitable for 5 different verticals, what are the 1 or 2 verticals that you really want to focus on for now and prioritize within them? And even within those verticals, who are some of the top customers or partners that you want to seek out so that you can be laser focused on delivery and execution? And then finally is, while it may take time, especially in the fintech space, I've been in this area for, as I said, over a decade. And I know that, partnerships with some of the larger FIs can take, a couple of years. So while those are obviously big and can be game changing for your startup, what else can you do while those are happening? What else can you do in terms of perhaps generating some other quick wins? Because success begets success, and you keep the momentum going with your team, and there's higher morale, etc. So that's basically what my advice is to startups. And I would say, I want to wrap by saying that this is, for many of you in the audience here, this is the moment that you've been waiting for, right? For your digital transformation projects that you've been touting to finally take flight. And as Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, said in his Q3 earnings call, that we have seen 2 years worth of digital transformation over the past 2 months. And there's a lot more to come. And I look forward to seeing what more we'll be doing as an industry over the coming months and years. So with that, let me say thank you. I really appreciate being here and spending some time with all of you. And if you need to contact me, I can be reached on LinkedIn. Thank you. And Mona, back over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Uzma, for your time. I know you put a lot of effort into this, and thank you for sharing all your thoughts with us. I know you gave a lot of our financial institutions and startups and other attendees a little bit of food for thought. So yeah, thank you so much for your time. And with that, that wraps up our keynote. We're going to hop on over to our startup presentations. We have 21 startup presentations, which sounds like a lot, but they're only 4 minutes, so bear with us. If you want to network with any of our startups, please use the Brella app. Just a quick reminder there. If you have any questions, ask us in the Q&A. And yeah, without further ado, I'm going to start with the first presentation. This is going to be OneUp. They're headquartered in San Francisco, and they're the fastest online accounting software for small business owners and accountants. Features include accounting, invoicing, inventory, and customer relationship management. OneUp merges banking and business all into one. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Francois to the stage.
Hi, everybody. My name is Francois, CEO at OneUp. So OneUp is dedicated to the retail banking industry serving small businesses. So what is really banking and business all-in-one? OneUp is fully integrated within your banking portal for SMBs in order to increase your net banking revenue. So what you get? Categorize bank feeds with 95% AI accurate accounting entries. Then your customers will get cash forecast automated and customizable by each of your clients. Then they could use invoicing from quotes to cash, and of course, send invoicing to their customers. At the very end of the process, eventually, they're going to receive personalized smart advisors to offer the right financial product at the right time to the right customer. So let's watch a small video about what we delivered to BNP Paribas as a marketing video to explain to their customers how the solution and the new portal works all together. Here we are.
Do you know what all these entrepreneurs have in common? It's me, the intelligent business assistant built into your BNP Paribas banking portal. Mark is a very busy business owner. In the morning, he takes a look at supplier invoices. Before, in order to pay his suppliers, Mark used to do everything by hand. Now, from a PDF or a photo, I recognize and save the invoice automatically. Then, when the time is right, I notify him of the payments to be made in your banking portal. At the last step, when the supplier is paid, I perform the bank reconciliation automatically. For Steve and his partner, it's nonstop. Thanks to me, Steve is relaxed because I automatically tell him which invoices he needs to send and remind him to follow up with his customers. He decides which customers to remind. When the payment arrives, I tell him, and I know he's satisfied. In the afternoon, it's a direct sale in David's shop. His turnover increases, it's a beautiful day, he can present his brand new collection. Before, David didn't have all the financial tools he needed to run his business. Now, with the help of my business assistant, he can make decisions faster. And because he thinks less about administration, he has more time to devote to developing his business. To help Jennifer to anticipate the coming weeks, I automatically calculate her cash flow forecast. For this, I use her past transactions and his upcoming customer and supplier due dates. Jennifer appreciates this, and moreover, she can also adjust them, so she knows where she is going. As a business assistant, I make sure that the confidentiality of your data is respected. You choose when and with whom you share it. Whether it is your BNP Paribas advisor, your accountant, or other partners, my role is to make your life as easy as possible by simplifying your management. This way, you can stay focused on the heart of your business.
I just want to thank you, Plug and Play. Thanks to you, we were able to deliver to BNP Paribas our success story. And I'm sure that between us, more is to come. And thank you all for listening to me today. Take care. Bye.
All right, thank you so much, Francois. Next up, we have Hyperscience. They automate document processing for some of the world's largest organizations. Please welcome Whitney.
Hi, everyone. My name is Whitney LeClaire. I am a partner manager with Hyperscience. At its core, Hyperscience is an intelligent data processing company. We classify documents and extract data out of these documents. Hyperscience was founded in 2014 with our focus really being on the product. We went to market in 2018 and have gained quite a bit of traction in just over 2 years. We have offices in New York City, which is where our headquarters is located, as well as London and Sofia, Bulgaria. Today, Hyperscience is a Series C company, and we have approximately 150 employees, but are continuing to grow even throughout this tough economic time. And finally, on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see some of our accolades. Hyperscience was named a major contender for Everest Group and a 2019 Cool Vendor by Gartner. So this slide here will show you the key market sectors that we really focus on: insurance, financial services, and government, as well as a few of the use cases that we've seen success with. Here's a look at 2 of the most common business challenges that there has not been a fix for. The first is manual data entry. Manual data entry results in lower client satisfaction, lost revenue, increased risk, higher operating costs, and ultimately underutilized talent. With Hyperscience, you'll be able to reallocate headcount to more value-add tasks. The second challenge is with legacy OCR system performance. OCR systems are unable to read handwriting, they can't process low-quality documents, and they lack performance improvement, whereas our machine continues to improve over time. Why do our clients choose Hyperscience? Here are 4 of the key differentiators that we find. So to start, we're able to ingest complex documents, including handwritten and poor quality documents. We're able to process these types of documents with about 70 to 95% automation from day 1. And then as we see more of these documents, our machine continues to improve performance over time. Additionally, we deliver our solution on-premise to mitigate security concerns. So whether that be actually on-premise or in your private cloud, it will be behind your firewall. And finally, we were built for the business user. There's no scripting. There is no need for any data scientists to be in control. The solution is truly simple enough for any business users to use. Here's a diagram showing how HyperScience works at a very high level. The end user inputs a document into the machine. The machine then classifies the document and prepares to extract data. Your company will set the accuracy rate you're looking to achieve, and if the machine is not confident in what it's extracting, it will send out that field to what we call supervision. The human will then transcribe what is in the field that the machine raised its hand on and send the data back to the machine. From there, the machine will push the extracted data out in a JSON format. It's important to note that for the stars you see on the left and right-hand side of the screen, for both document ingestion and the output, we have flexible integration options or connectors, whether it be a REST API, message queues, or RPA systems. For example, the RPA systems that we currently have partnerships with are UiPath and Blue Prism. This slide here shows some of the diverse document types that we are able to ingest. I'll start on the right-hand side. Today, we do not work with unstructured documents, for example, a lease agreement. However, what we do work with is structured and semi-structured. Structured documents, for example, a W-9 or tax form, is a document that has no change in field location. A semi-structured document is a document that has changes in both the field location as well as the field nomenclature. A good example of a semi-structured document is a bill of lading or an invoice. A quick case study to run you through is with one of our customers, TD Ameritrade. TD Ameritrade acquired Scottrade and needed to run a compliance exercise that required an accuracy of 99.5%. There's over 1 million account opening documents that were handwritten and scanned in, so there was extremely poor quality. In order to do the exercise, TD Ameritrade was going to need to add 60 additional data entry heads and use a legacy OCR system. Ultimately, what they found was the OCR system could not handle the poor quality of documents or the handwritten documents. However, HyperScience was brought in and we were able to automate 80% of the work on day one. And after 3 months, the machine grew more confident on TD Ameritrade's forms and we were able to achieve 95% automation. As a result, TD Ameritrade achieved 4 times throughput, doubled their processing speed, reallocated 50% of their existing data tiers, and did not need to hire those additional 60 heads. And finally, HyperScience wanted to do a benchmark study against our competitors, so we took 20,000 documents and put them through our machine. We compared ourselves to these other companies, for example, Google, Microsoft, Abby, and in printed, we outperformed them decently well, but where we really differentiated ourselves was in handwritten documents. You can see on the right-hand side, we were able to attain 93% accuracy, and this is entirely through the machine, versus our next closest competitor of Microsoft Azure was at 58%. Thanks, everyone. We're really looking forward to being able to chat with you after the summer summit.
Great. Thank you so much, Whitney. Next up, we have a company that uses AI and machine learning to analyze customer behavior data to identify needs and recommend what, when, and how to make a product offer. Please welcome Juan from Fligo.
Hey everyone, this is Juan from Fligo, COO and co-founder of Fligo. Thank you very much for joining us here, and it's a pleasure to be able to present you the company and what we do. Quick introduction to the company. We are an AI technology company based in San Francisco with offices in New York, Sao Paulo, and Argentina, covering customers all across the continent. Inside the big world of AI, we focus on customer behavior analysis and prediction. And we're helping companies from several industries, like some of the largest fast-moving consumer good companies, retailers, but definitely the most important industry for us, financial institutions, where we work with some of the largest as well. What we help these companies do is really we use AI to help them boost their upselling and cross-selling revenue. We have a product called Fligo Sharp AI that uses AI to analyze thousands of behavior variables from customer behavior, ranging from demographic information, bureaus information, risk information, analyzing transactions with the debit cards, credit cards, how they're using the apps, the websites of the bank, etc. Multiple sources, thousands of variables that we're analyzing, that we're using to predict what exact product does each of the customers of a bank or another company need at every point in time, to then also identify what's the best way to put that product in front of them, which means identifying the right moment to make an offer, the right channel, and the right sales pitch. In black and white, the features of the solution, the main features are product recommendations, so identifying what product does each of the customers of the bank need. Channel optimization, which means identifying the channel that we should use to make each of the offers. Timing optimization, predicting the right day and time to make the offer. And even sales pitch optimization, which analyzes the profile of the customer, or the features of the product, the reasons why the product is a fit for the customer, and based on that, making a personalized sales pitch for each of the customers. Let me show you a quick sneak peek of how this looks like. This is Lisa Miller, customer of a bank. These are the products that we're recommending a bank to offer to Lisa. The corresponding probability of purchase of each of these products. And then if we open any of them, we can see the products that, the reasons why a product was assigned to that customer, the sales pitch that we're making based on the reasons why the product is eligible for that person. And it's the same for each of the products that we recommend to offer. Now, companies typically think about Fligo as a way of helping them increase sales by identifying the best customers to target for each product when they have a product-centered approach, or when they work with customer-centered approaches, they think of us as a way of identifying the best product for each customer, or when they have a database of potential customers, potential leads, we can also help them acquire new customers by understanding what is the product that we have to offer to these people in order to bring them as new customers of the bank. In the back end, very quickly, what happens is that we are ingesting customer data from multiple sources that banks already have. Everything happening inside their environment, data never leaves the environment of the bank. We're using all that to run multiple predictive algorithms at the same time to predict what product does each of the customers need. We turn the optimal prediction into an offer, and then we integrate the offer using an API to all the communication channels that banks already have. We're not altering any of the marketing channels, we're just adding intelligence to what they're currently doing. Implementation takes between 60 and 90 days, where we assign a team of between 3 and 6 people to each account, taking care of all the implementation phase, so the banks don't have to. And just to illustrate an example, one of the largest banks in North America is using our product to increase credit cards specifically, where we have generated a lift of 21% in total credit card sales and 44% in sales of premium card products. Of course, for COVID, we have adapted our strategy to satisfy our new customers' needs. Most of the requests we got are for retaining existing customers, boosting sales in digital channels, and also increasing revenue from existing customers to compensate for lost sales. We have an entire document about this that we can then share offline, and I'm very happy to explore and help you dive into further opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Juan. Next up, we have Lemonade. They're a Canada-based award-winning learning experience platform that combines addictive micro-learning and customer support tools to drive digital product fluency. Please welcome John.
Hi, folks. My name is John Finlay. I'm the CEO of Lemonade LXP, which is a learning experience platform that's built specifically to help financial institutions with the human side of digital transformation. Lemonade is a spin-off of Launchfire, which is our original company founded in 1999, built game-based promotions for packaged goods and retailers. And it was the educational piece of those promotions that got us into training. Clients would say, could we morph these promotional games into e-learning programs, which we did to great success. And then 4 years ago, when we did so for TD, we realized that the digital fluency training we built for them was something all banks needed. So we built Lemonade, which basically drives better learning outcomes faster. Lemonade morphs the entire learning experience into a game like today's most addictive mobile and social games, and that keeps people coming back daily to take addictive micro-learning, to engage in social learning. They can take remote instructor-led courses, which is going to be awesome for post-COVID. Lemonade's also got rapid authoring tools, so you can author all your own training in there, and it's a super effective distance learning platform, which we think bodes well for the post-COVID world. As I mentioned, it's got game-based learning. You can author any number of different game styles to teach foundational knowledge. You can then also author role-play scenarios to teach sales and customer service training. And then it's got technology walkthroughs and product simulations, so you can simulate your technologies, be them customer-facing, mobile apps, online banking, or internal softwares you need people to learn. Lemonade's also got a digital adoption platform baked in. So these same technology walkthroughs that you author, you can then put on an automatically generated, customer-facing, WCAG-compliant, branded website to allow customers to self-help, to take call volumes off your contact centers, and to empower frontline staff when they get inquiries. So essentially, Digital Academy helps reduce call volumes and talk times while improving customer service. So how's it doing? So mid-sized banks typically use Lemonade as their de facto learning platform because it does so much better than typical LMSs. And what they see is an 84% voluntary participation rate, which is massive, and they see a knowledge increase of 25%. The larger financial institutions use us for specific training tasks. One of the most popular is digital adoption. And those guys see a 91% increase in digital product recommendations, and they see a significant lift in mobile app usage. One got a 12% increase in mobile remote check deposit. And then those who use us for Digital Academy, they see a 24% reduction in talk times. What are the learners saying about it? 92% prefer Lemonade training to other forms of training. 87% of employees say it helps improve digital fluency. And 88% of employees want all their training delivered in Lemonade, which really bodes well for both ongoing training and distance learning, where it's going to be harder to engage learners. Who are we working for? I mentioned the large banks who use us for specific tasks like US Bank, TD Bank, National Bank of Australia, and then a number of smaller banks and credit unions that use us really as a de facto learning platform. Where are other opportunities we see? Well, selling direct, we see great opportunity in insurance. We have a channel partner using it for insurance training. We've had inquiries from healthcare. We have tremendous relationships in retail and food and bev, being the agency of record for Coca-Cola and Costco and a whole bunch of others. So we see great opportunity there. And then public education. We think there's a great opportunity as public education looks for great and effective remote training tools. Then we also see great channel partnership opportunities with fintechs who want to drive adoption of the technology so they make more money. Call center vendors who could add a digital adoption platform to help call centers and sort of round out their offering. Professional services companies who are helping organizations with digital transformation. Lemonade could be part of their offering. And then training vendors who need to modernize their offerings. Let's say they're only instructor-led training or they're in-person training. Lemonade can help them offer a remote learning platform. So there's lots of opportunities for channel. That's Lemonade in a nutshell. Thank you very much. Again, it's John Findlay. You see my contact information. If you have any questions or would like a demo, please feel free to get in touch with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. All right, next up we have BlueRush. They're an interactive personalized video platform to engage customers, simplify complex products, motivate action, and accelerate the buyer journey. Please welcome Nat.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Roble, and I'm an account director at BlueRush. Our technology in the video is an already in-market marketing platform that focuses on bringing three elements together: personalization, video, and scale. And we're tackling a major problem that exists today: low engagement communications. When we look at today's touch points, they're often the same. Customers are peppered with dry, long emails and print marketing material. Offers are complex and don't help paint the bigger picture. And staff get frustrated and explain the same information over and over again. In the end, customers are disengaged and don't take an action, leading to higher costs. So how do you help bring a more impactful experience and give customers a better reason to pay attention, but also help get rid of these inefficiencies? This is where our technology comes into play. Let's look at an example. One of the most popular projects we've done is with TD for a product selector. So a customer uses a product selector, they're recommended a particular credit card, and they are given the kitchen sink approach of everything they need to know about their credit card. So the card, the spend, the fee, their interest, etc., etc. But you'll see now, instead of simply just having you read the information, we could dynamically generate a personalized video for you based on why this card is best suited for you. So I'll show you an example of how this comes to life.
Hi, based on your answers, it appears that the TD Aeroplan Visa Infinite card is the best choice for you. According to your average monthly spend, you could earn this much in Aeroplan miles in your first year. That could be enough to qualify for this reward. With the TD Aeroplan Visa Infinite card, you earn 1.5 miles for every dollar you spend on eligible grocery, gas, and drugstore purchases and AirCanada.com purchases. Earn 1 mile for every dollar you spend on all other purchases with your card. You also earn miles twice when you pay with your card and present your Aeroplan membership card at participating retailers and the Aeroplan e-store. And as your welcome bonus, you'll receive 15,000 Aeroplan miles when you make your first purchase. In addition to great travel benefits, this card also includes insurance, Visa Infinite benefits, and much more. Plus, your projected Aeroplan miles. Just click the Apply Now button on the page below to get started.
So you're seeing one variation, but it shows you the power of dynamic personalized videos. Now let's take a slightly different approach. Let's look at an example where instead of sending out a bland, flat investment statement that does little to help you understand the bigger picture on your investments, imagine a video that runs you through your options and makes it feel like you have an advisor by your side.
Hi. Here is an AFP Habitat video to explain your pension savings statement for March 2019. Your total voluntary savings is this amount and is distributed as follows. From the total amount shown, this is the investment you've made in Habitat. And this amount is the profit you've earned. Out of the last 12 months, you've contributed 10 months to your voluntary savings account. Remember to contribute each month, since gaps in your contributions can have a direct impact on your retirement pension total. Do you know how much pension income you'll have in retirement? As of March 2019, this is the amount we estimate you'll receive in monthly pension income.
So you've now seen two examples, but when you think about all the possibilities of the touch points from acquisition to retention to win back, etc., there are many, many different situations where adding a personalized video can turbocharge that experience. So if there is of interest of chatting with us, we're Blue Rush. My name is Matt, and we look forward to speaking with you further. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Blue Rush. Next up, we have Spiro. They're the first proactive relationship management platform that consolidates CRM capabilities, sales enablement, and analytics into one single platform. Please welcome Justin.
Hey everyone, my name is Justin Kao, and I am one of the co-founders of Spiro.ai out of Boston. At Spiro, we're using AI to create a whole new way for your team to manage the customer experience. Before starting Spiro, my co-founders and I, we all used to be CRM consultants. So one thing we knew from our experience is that CRM is one of those things that businesses spend tons of money on, but they always wind up hating the end product. The numbers are astounding. If you look at the studies from these top research firms, you can see that people overall are very unsatisfied with CRM. The promise of it is really amazing, but often the end results just don't deliver. And my co-founders and I, we spent a lot of time thinking about that issue. And the way that CRM works today, it's totally reactive. You have to create your own accounts, your own contacts, your own opportunities, log your own activities, manage your own follow-ups. When you throw in the effects of COVID on top of all of this, where a lot of sales teams are now largely distributed or working from home for the first time, you'll find way more inefficiencies than ever in understanding what your sales team is actually up to. The epiphany we had at Spiro was that the whole premise of CRM itself is backwards. CRM itself is a reactive tool, and we realized the world needed exactly the opposite. It needs a proactive tool. Your software should use AI to automatically understand who you're talking to, organize your conversations, and automatically prompt you to follow up. And that's exactly what we built with Spiro. We're calling it proactive relationship management because it's designed to be totally proactive. The way it works is that we provide you with an AI-powered telephony system. We integrate with your email, your calendar, as well as plug in your pipeline data, any other data from any internal systems, and we put that all into our own predictive models, which Spiro then uses to make proactive recommendations. Most people use Spiro via the assistant. So think of it as like the most on-the-ball executive assistant you've ever had. It knows who I'm talking to, probably more importantly, it knows who I'm not talking to and who I should be talking to. And the model makes dynamic, ever-changing recommendations based on the data it consumes. These recommendations are always filtering, changing, based on what I'm actually doing in my day-to-day job. And much like a real executive assistant, I can also communicate directly with Spiro. I can talk to it via email or chat tools like Slack, and I can ask it basic natural language questions like an update on a specific customer or an update on my pipeline. Spiro knows who I am and automatically responds with the right relevant information. The fancy features are great, but the best part about this is that it works. We took some sample data from teams fully utilizing Spiro and found that we were driving some pretty incredible growth metrics across some key sales activities. And we found with the increase in visibility, we were really able to help teams close more opportunities. In a post-COVID world, our current customers are relying on us now more than ever. There's an actual text that a customer sent to me shortly after everything started. We're helping them manage a 100% remote sales team for the first time, and they would have a really tough time understanding anything that their sales team was up to without using Spiro. A little bit more about us. We have offices in Boston and Singapore. We have about 200 customers, including Plug and Play. And if you are a company who wants to learn more about how to use AI in your customer experience, please reach out to me. My email's here. If you want to learn more, here's our website, and we're looking forward to hearing from you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Justin. Next up, we have V2 Verify. They're a voice biometric technology that can eliminate the need for passwords, PINs, and challenge questions with incredible accuracy, even while wearing a face mask. I know that's something I could definitely use. All right, let's go. Welcome, Corey.
Hi, I'm Corey Miller, Vice President at V2 Verify. We are a startup based in Omaha, Nebraska, specializing in voice biometrics. I'd like to start off by asking everyone a question. How would you like to never have to remember a username, password, PIN, or an answer to a security question the rest of your life? I think it's safe to say that most hands went up virtually. Well, that is exactly what we do at V2 Verify. With 2 seconds of speech, we can authenticate at a 99.1% success rate with built-in liveness, making us multi-factor. And we do this across all customer touchpoints, in person, over the phone, web, or mobile. I'd like to show you guys a quick demo. Here's our mobile banking demo app. I'm gonna hit the login button here, and it's gonna ask me to repeat some numbers, about the length of a phone number. 3287 8942 3731. Okay, so that logged me into mobile banking app in about 2 seconds. This same technology is being used to address a variety of use cases. Identity access management, authenticating in a call center, workforce management, automated password resets, both for internal employees and customers, securing IoT, and multi-factor authentication. While we have a heavy focus in banking and financial services, we are addressing these use cases across all industries. One of the most recent use cases that we addressed, a POC we completed in March in Vietnam for the largest telco provider there, was for mobile logins for a mobile wallet. We had a variety of different test scenarios, controlled, at workstations, indoors, outdoors, and break attempts. And we also introduced a new component into testing, which was masks. 96% of testers wore masks, and we still completed this POC at a 99.4% overall accuracy with a 0% false accept rate. Coming out of this, COVID-19 has presented us a number of new use cases. Our contact center clients have now asked us to authenticate their call center agents who are working remotely. With the rise in digital and video banking, we've had a number of new use cases there that we're addressing for our banking partners. And with the rise or really push for touchless or contactless authentication, we feel like we are very well positioned for that growth. With that said, we are fundraising, currently seeking $800,000 to continue to support the POCs that we have through the back half of the year, to grow our team and to also grow our brand. If you are interested in learning more about our voice biometric and the use cases we are addressing and the improvements we are helping in the customer experience, please reach out. My contact information is below.
Great, thank you, Corey. Next up, we have Siloed AI. They're based in Singapore, and they forged the next generation banking ecosystem by combining intelligent decision-making with a customer-centric digital product, acting like a super brain for FIs. Please welcome Shofi.
Greetings, everyone. This is Xiaofei from Siloed. We are a Singapore-based fintech company that aim to bring advanced banking solutions for financial institutions to engage and serve SMEs more swiftly and at a lower cost. We're very happy to be in Plug and Play again this year after Batch 11 in the United States. To begin with, I'd love you guys to meet our core team. They are a group of fintech veterans from banks like Citibank, financial institutions like MasterCard, and internet companies like Baidu. Most recently, we are nominated as the top 100 fintech by KPMG, and we have already established a strategic partnership with Visa and MasterCard. Most importantly, we have filed 2 patents on knowledge and inference construction that are the source of the wisdom of our decision engine. To explain a little bit more, Siloed Decision Engine transforms the data into knowledge and derives the knowledge into scalable decisions for different use cases in the financial institutions across different departments. This has been proven successful and supported by 2 of our patents, which I introduced just now. To be more specific, our decision engine is able to generate intelligent and scalable decisions such as transaction anti-fraud and anti-money laundering, real-time eKYC, instant loan underwriting, and other value-adding decisions in terms of marketing and cross-selling. Our engine can conduct a 360-degree comprehensive background analysis for small businesses and individuals to help you in many different scenarios such as supply chain, credit card application and approval, rapid onboarding, loan origination, fraud tracing, etc., etc. Now, let me show you a demo of our product. This is where you can seamlessly manage your SME businesses. Starting from onboarding, you can check, review, and approve the application in this portal. Our KYC engine is able to provide you with additional insights. It helps you with the business validation, the proof of ownership, and the trustworthiness with reasons provided. Under the facts page, it helps you to explore the relationship of the owner and the business. After onboarding, you can manage your merchants' accounts and their daily transactions. We help you with anti-fraud and generate daily reports with business intelligence about your merchants. At the same time, you can enable your merchants with precise marketing campaign to expand their business as well as your revenue. Lastly, under the microloans, our system can proactively offer pre-approved loans to the merchants. It saves you tons of time and cost for the underwriting, and you can simply go inside to amend, offer, or reject the loan. And that's a rough introduction on our solutions. So how's our progress so far? After we enable the banks with our decision engine, the operation cost has been reduced by 60% and the system configuration time has reduced drastically. We have received 92% of satisfaction from our direct serving merchants. With the capability of our intelligent and scalable decisions, the KYC speed improved by 200 times, while the underwriting has been 150 times faster than before, not even mentioning the manpower saved. Our anti-fraud engine has helped to reduce 29% of the passive fraud cases in different banks. Together with a unified experience, we have driven the upsell and cross-sell opportunities in banks by almost 3 times than before. That's how we help other banks and financial institutions. We hope to help you as well with our decision engine and solution matrix. Thank you so much for your kind attention. We will be very happy to share more details during the deep dive session tomorrow.
Thank you, Silo. Next up, we have Cyphertex Solutions. They allow FIs to offer instant digital issuance and virtual card management for their customers from any digital channel in their organization. Please welcome Walter.
Hi, everyone. I am Walter Quiroga, founder and CEO of Cyphertex Solutions. Thank you for taking the time to join the presentation. Today, we will be discussing our digital-first platform, IssueDirect, and its instant digital issuance capabilities. In today's connected world, digital has shaped perception of simplicity, speed, and convenience. Just as commerce has changed, so has the rise of digital and contactless payments and consumer expectations about how they pay and how quickly they get access to funds. That is why at Cyphertex, we are working to lead the next revolution of real-time payments. Especially with the current pandemic, this has propelled the need for self-service and contactless payments now more than ever. So as digital payments evolve, so do the requirements and expectations for the industry that provides the services. Sadly, digital enablement is still largely dependent on a physical card. Most banks are here, an account is created, then it's approved. 7 to 10 days later, a card is received by mail. Some cards will get activated, then fewer become digitally enabled, added to Apple and Google Pay. Then by day 10, and beyond, card usage starts. Some are closer with temporary solutions, offering cards in branch or virtual cards, but temporary credentials cannot be enabled on a digital wallet. So consumers still find themselves carrying physical cards because current digital banking methods and applications fall short of offering the most effective way for digital banking convenience and security. IssueDirect platform can authenticate a user and enable a fast, convenient, and secure payment credential delivery worldwide, 24/7, and supports many new payment use cases. Instant digital issuance streamlines the path to immediate customer engagement. The permanent credential is created, activated, then digitally added to the wallet of choice on day one with immediate access to funds. Having immediate customer engagement drives higher activation, usage, and revenue. It can help financial institutions and businesses increase customer satisfaction by delivering a faster and simpler payment experience. So what are the benefits of IssueDirect? It provides financial institutions with a comprehensive, quick-to-market platform, allowing for a wide range of payment solutions, end-user authentication, and card management lifecycle, without disrupting the existing ecosystem of core banking applications and processor relationships. Our team is comprised of passionate individuals with extensive experience in financial services and technology. Our board and advisors lend us decades of experience from companies like Valley Bank, Visa, MasterCard, PNC, and other financial companies. I will now play a short video with a use case. hope you enjoyed that video. To date, we have completed a seed round of $2.1 million from investors, acquired a patent on our issuance technology, and our product is live in the market. We are now looking for strategic investment from the right partners. If that sounds like you, or you would like to see a demo of our product to discuss potential partnerships, please feel free to contact us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Walter. Yes, I think we all enjoyed that video. Next up, we have Fiddler Labs, who's the leader in explainable AI and operational AI. Layli, please tell us a little bit more about that.
Hi, everyone. My name is Layli, and I'm here with Fiddler Labs. Nice to meet you. I'm here to talk about explainable AI as a platform today here at Fiddler. So today, a lot of black box AI causes confusion, doubt, and risk, whether that is customer mistrust, negative PR, moral implications. Unfortunately, none of these situations are good, and often a lot of the news gets into the headlines. And these are things enterprises would like to avoid. At Fiddler, we believe that the potential benefits of AI are obviously undeniable. It's going to increase efficiency across enterprises. But the best business decisions are made with humans, data, and explainability at its core. So what is explainable AI? Here is a very consumer-friendly example. At Facebook, you can go ahead and look at any of your posts and see, why am I seeing this post? And they launched this feature last year. Our CEO was actually the engineering lead on this project, and they got started after the 2016 elections. So you can kind of understand why you're seeing everything you're seeing in the newsfeed. So our CEO and co-founder left their companies and started Fiddler as an explainable AI platform designed for the enterprise. Fiddler is a world-class explainability platform, and we provide 3 major capabilities: monitoring, explainability, and governance. First, monitoring. Often companies focus on efforts to deploy their models, but don't focus on ensuring that the models are performing the way that they were supposed to. So our monitoring solution provides continuous monitoring to ensure the performance. Second, we have explainability to allow users to understand and analyze their models and understand the why behind the black box AI. Lastly, we have AI governance. Monitoring, explainability are part of governance, but our platform allows for users to track and remove bias from their models, audit decisions, and predictions, and to make sure that they're just ultimately complying with all sorts of industry regulations. So Fiddler is a general purpose explainability platform. We work across all different platforms. As you can see here, we'll plug into pretty much any data warehouse and any modeling layer that you want. And we can work across different use cases. We also allow for different deployment models. So we can either deploy on customer on-prem, our cloud, or your cloud, depending on any of your needs. Here, we've been lucky to have some market momentum. We got named as Gartner's Cool Vendor of 2019. As explainability becomes more of a hot topic, we've seen a lot of momentum in the world of, PR. So we've been lucky with that. Lastly, a little bit about our company. As I said, our CEO and co-founder led the explainability project at Facebook. Previously, he was at Pinterest, Twitter, and Microsoft. Our other co-founder, Amit, was working at Samsung in their shopping app, trying to deal with explainability as well. And then they joined forces to start Fiddler. Our head of data science comes from Google Brain, and he actually co-authored one of the more popular explainability algorithms used today called integrated gradients. And the rest of our team comes from a wide variety of great companies in the area. And we've been lucky to be backed by some of the great VCs leading in the enterprise space. Thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, feel free to send me an email at layli@fiddler.ai. And looking forward to speaking to some of you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Layli. Next up, we have Factious, who was formerly known as Arm Insight, which was the name that they used for Selection Day, but they rebranded and they use a synthetic data process to transform raw transaction data into actionable information. Please welcome Chad.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for letting me join you here today. My name is Chad Whitney, and I run the data partnership business here at Factious. We are not your typical startup. We've been around for about 10 years and really made our name on helping financial institutions access and unlock the power of the data that they had within their own organizations. Currently, as the slide shows, we work with over 6,000 FIs. And really for the past 6 years, we have been focused on compliantly monetizing synthetic data for over 1,000 of those institutions. I'll talk about that process and what it looks like over the next couple minutes. Factious' patent-pending synthetic data process allows FIs to essentially create fake but statistically relevant data. This type of data is different from what most people refer to as raw and anonymous data in that it has no referenceability back to an actual user. That allows the FIs to work safely with it internally, with third parties, and recognize revenue by allowing us to monetize it on their behalf within our partner community. Synthetic data complies with all privacy and banking regulations and really represents a great way to action data internally and externally within an organization. Beyond internal and external monetization, there's tremendous benefit we are deriving by working with the likes of academics, government agencies, and other data companies to try and stay ahead of things like, for instance, COVID hotspots and helping with COVID spread detection, as well as economic indicators and insights that are driving policy creation and meaningful change right now in the government as we go through this pandemic. We're able to work with these types of entities really because of the expertise we have in-house in the form of our data scientists, as well as obviously the risk-free, statistically relevant nature that synthetic data brings to market. As I mentioned earlier, beyond providing partners the technology to synthesize data, we also productize synthetic data in various ways per the needs and capabilities of our buying partner community. For sophisticated buyers with large data teams, we typically stream our enhanced row-level synthetic data to them to work through and analyze. For less data sophisticated buyers, we'll still enhance the data and we'll actually aggregate data per their interests and needs. If there's certain tickers or certain industries that they're looking at. And lastly, for the advisor or investor that is looking for KPI level information, we deliver insights to them via our Enlightenment product, which you'll see here. Enlightenment is a SaaS-based platform that allows organizations and advisors to quickly assess certain companies, industries, or really look at how states and regions are impacted economically during something like the pandemic we're currently experiencing with COVID. There's tremendous flexibility in the way our clients can work with and assess the information within Enlightenment. And we also offer trial periods as a way to make sure that as you step into this platform, you're getting out of it what you need before spending or investing any money within the product set. The last thing that I really wanted to hit on today in closing is just, again, as a recap, highlight that we really focus on helping companies recognize the internal and external value of their data through synthesization. And we can deliver significant revenue within months via our partner network, keeping all parties anonymous within the transaction and protecting that anonymity throughout the process as well as the entire relationship. Finally, the last thing I really want to do is thank Plug and Play for what we have really enjoyed throughout this process. The collaboration, not only with the members of our batch group, but the entire Plug and Play partner community has just been fantastic and something that we have greatly benefited from. We look forward to being an alumni and continuing to develop and foster the relationships that we already have. Thank you once again. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Take care.
Thank you so much, Chad, and very happy to hear that you had a good experience with Plug and Play for the past couple of months. So next up, we have EverPlans. They're the leading digital tool that helps people organize, store, securely share, and keep up to date all the important plans and information they need and that their family would need in the case of an emergency. So now I'll hand it over to Harris to tell us a little bit more about that.
Hi, everyone. Harris Scher with Everplans. Excited to be here today to share an update with you and tell you a little bit about what we've been up to. There's never been a more important time to help families become more prepared. We just did a study with Quest Research that went out to about 1,000 Americans the last week of April. And we found that 64% of Americans say that planning for the future is more important than ever. And not surprising, right? Half of Americans say that were interviewed say that 50% say that COVID-19 has made them realize how unprepared they were for a serious emergency. 1 in 5 need help. They say they don't do it well today. And 65% said that COVID-19 made them realize the importance of sharing this information with their family members. So many families have sticky notes on the side of their computer and information written down on notepads on their countertop. Well, 40% told us that they have written down their account logins and passwords. Very few people have a written will or have taken out life insurance, or not enough, right? And 36% have talked to their children about death. That's where Everplans comes in. Everplans helps families get prepared for any situation, getting organized around information from wills and trusts to financial accounts to insurance policies. And we're helping families not only organize that information and get engaged around these planning topics, but we're helping them share this information with their loved ones and their family members. And we're putting people in control of their personal and financial lives. It's broken down into 4 core areas. We have the most comprehensive digital vault driven by education and guidance. We have thousands of articles that drive to our public website, millions of people every single year who are interested in taking the next step in different types of planning topics around how to write a will, how to choose a life insurance policy, or how to choose a power of attorney. We're helping people share that information with their loved ones that they choose they want to share specific access at the right moments in their lives. And we're helping people keep that information up to date over time. We distribute it through financial services companies, insurance carriers, and we have rolled it out to multiple Fortune 500 companies who are making it available as well to their employees as an employee benefit. Now, how does it work? It's a guided platform. We're not just this open folder or box that people put information into, but it's a place where people go to store information and be driven throughout their lives, depending on the moment that they're in, to put the information into their Everplan that's important and relevant based on where they're at in their particular lives. You can see here on the left-hand side is our secure storage. You'll see in the middle is our guidance engine, breaking the Everplan down bit by bit. And then once you put information into the Everplan, we encourage you to share information with your deputies, which are those loved ones that we want to make sure have access to the information that they need to have access to at the moments that they need to see it. And it doesn't have to be just for end of life or emergency, but it's any situation that helps people have that information at their fingertips. Now, Everplans has been around for 10 years. We've been on a mission to help families become more organized and more prepared. And we're also partnered with organizations to help them get more engaged with their customers over the course of their entire lives. So no matter what life moment they're in, Everplans is there to help identify the right moments for cross-selling, upselling, and developing more meaningful relationships. We'd love to talk with your organization about how Everplans might fit in for your customers, for your policyholders, or for your employees. And we're really excited to be here today, partnered with Plug and Play. And please reach out if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Harris, for that. Next up, we have Truck Circle, whose goal is to give businesses control over their cash flow by making sure that every work is paid on time. Let's learn more about how they do this. Yuma, please take the stage.
Hi, I'm Yumna, co-founder and CMO at Truck Circle. Thank you for having us at the Summer Summit. As a business owner, you struggle to meet your payment deadlines, especially if you are waiting for a payment from your client to be able to pay your supplier. Delayed payments cause a financial gridlock problem, and it doesn't only affect one business, but the whole network of businesses that are interrelated. Affected businesses will suffer from penalties and extra costs, wouldn't have control over their cash flow and wouldn't have control over their payment date. We at RockCircle have developed an accessible netting platform that allows users to offset receivables with payables, ensuring the debt is reduced to the minimum. We only require the invoice data, and our smart algorithm will search for netting deal and propose it to users to help them meet their payment deadlines, accelerate the velocity of payments, and reduce debt to the minimum. I will be sharing an introductory video that explains what we do.
This is Linda. She runs an awesome insurance business that Alex uses to insure his shipments of raw material from overseas, which in turn Mo depends on to keep his factory running so he can create his products, which his buyers are waiting for. And this chain goes on and on. While this story seems straightforward, you'd expect the money flow to be the same. Well, we all know it's not. Money collection takes time, and no one can pay before they get paid. So that's where we step in. RockCircle detects common dependencies in the payment chain and proposes group deals by offsetting receivables with payables, something we call netting. All you need to do is upload your invoices, and our smart algorithm will help you and other nodes in the chain pay and get paid at once without moving any money. And all that in a fast, easy, and secure platform. RockCircle. We help you get paid.
Thank you for listening. So our solution is divided into 3 payment types: circular netting, chain netting, and one-to-one payments. Both circular and chain netting are based on mathematical formulas that simplifies the complex payment chain into a simple one-to-one payment. Our service fee is 1% per netted amount. It is faster than factoring and cheaper than factoring, easier than taking a loan, and even cheaper than the cost of electronic processing machines. RockCircle is a win-win solution for all users. It accelerates the velocity of payments at a very low cost. It saves you money. It reduces the risk of bad debts by helping businesses meet their payment deadlines. It lowers your overdraft margins. It is a new cashless revenue model that helps businesses pay and get paid at a low cost with no FX fees and no transactional costs. We are a team of experts, each from a different background. Each one of us got affected by late payment costs, and now we have developed the solution for it. We are currently on the verge of starting a new pilot in the MENA region. We are bootstrapped so far and raising our first pre-seed round of $200K to reach a new milestone. Thank you for your time. We are RockCircle, the first accessible netting platform in the world.
Thank you so much, Yuma. Next up, we have Telos Touch, who's the first remote engagement platform that enables financial institutions to convert real-time client needs into meaningful actions. With the current crisis, Telos Touch is filling a very timely gap and working with 5 of the largest FIs in Canada and the US. Jad, please take the stage.
Hello everyone, Jad Shalawi here, founder and CEO of Telos Touch. Let's face it, not much has changed in the way institutions work remotely with their clients. Think about it. Phone calls, meetings, nowadays virtual meetings, email campaigns, client portals, and maybe a seminar or a conference. These traditional channels are time-consuming, static, and inefficient. So we don't have an easy way to engage clients remotely and execute at scale. And this limits our ability to see changing needs and to act on them. And this leaves value on the table for clients and for institutions. Telos Touch is the first remote engagement and execution platform to serve all your clients when it matters most. Our technology augments relationships with data that you don't have yet need to increase client loyalty and client opportunities. Let me show you how Telos Touch complements your existing tech stack. With Telos Touch, institutions can build event or product-driven experiences. roll them out to advisors through their CRM to personalize how they communicate with their clients, and get to understand what's happening in clients' lives by revealing real-time context, needs, and behaviors. While a lot of fintechs are focused on the back office, we made a conscious decision to only focus on the front office. And the current crisis is showing us that rethinking your client engagement model is no longer a nice competitive advantage to have. It's becoming the sole purpose of financial institutions that want to bring value to their clients. Think about it. Clients are at home anxious, not knowing which action to take. Advisors are working remotely, not knowing when to intervene. No wonder institutions are actively finding solutions for that problem. And the demand for our technology has increased tremendously in the last 90 days. We were already working with 5 of the largest financial institutions in Canada and the US. But after the COVID-19 crisis, they came to us and asked us to expedite our ability to launch and to deliver a COVID-19 response for all their clients. Let me give you an example. The market has just corrected. Usually institutions send a mass email to all their clients. But how can they know who needs a human intervention today? With Telos Touch, institutions can build digital experiences that were previously impossible. In the same experience, they could send a personalized video from the client's advisor, a question to better understand current concerns. They can share intelligently content that deals with that concern. And by the end of that experience, institutions can know who needs a phone call, who's okay, and who needs probably more information in order to make better decisions. So if you're looking to redefine how institutions and clients work together, we would love to share with you how Telos Touch is the missing link to stay in the know and easily act when it matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Jed. Next up, we have DirectID. They use open bank data to help businesses onboard customers where there's a credit risk decision. Please welcome James.
DirectID is a global open banking data platform that lets businesses onboard customers quickly and easily. Especially in today's world, in a post-pandemic and COVID environment, it is more important than ever to really understand the credit risk and affordability of an individual. We've seen a huge increase in the adoption of bank data or open banking. A lot of businesses still require individuals to send in physical copies of bank statements. That is something DirectID can solve within just a couple days with no integration. But also we now live in this world where relying on traditional data sources from credit reference agencies and bureaus, data that can be at least 6 to 12 months out of date, doesn't have the timeliness that really reflects an individual's current situation. The DirectID platform consists of 3 main components. The first one is DirectID Connect, which is our pre-built user experience for connecting an individual to their consumer or business bank account. DirectID Connect is a button that can be quickly and easily placed on a page that lets the individual go through the process of authenticating and connecting their bank account. This is a process that takes on average between 5 and 10 seconds, supports today 13,000 connections to banks over 45 or more countries. And once the user connects their bank account, you then have data available through the DirectID platform. DirectID supports a single data API for one point of integration to allow you to pull back the bank data from those connected accounts into your back office systems. The DirectID dashboard is our reporting tool for underwriters, agents, or fraud investigators to gain quick and easy access to someone's bank statement records. This tool allows the agent to not only send requests to have individuals share their bank statement, but to view that data itself, to export that as CSV files or PDF reports, or to look into the data, looking for specific transactions. Most of our focus at Direct ID is really helping businesses to understand the value of bank data. To do that, we have a set of pre-built reports available through Direct ID Insights that lets you quickly and easily understand the overall behavior of that financial profile. Direct ID Insights is a full business intelligence tool that allows you to unlock the value of bank data. It allows you to create your own reports or edit any of the pre-built reports that we can provide. This is an example focused on consumer lending that highlights things like cash flow, loan repayments, or gambling as a sign of emerging financial distress. Also within the Direct ID platform are a number of products that are designed to solve specific parts of the credit risk or affordability challenge. The first one is our income verification module. This is where we use machine learning and pattern detection within a bank account to highlight and understand the sources of income. This works for any gig economy, casual, or transient worker, as well as the monthly salaried. Our affordability product, which you see here, combines our income verification with spending behaviors to understand the overall affordability of an individual. One of the options Direct ID supports is a zero integration option, where we set up a landing page and we give you access to the reporting tools so that you can use the platform to start making decisions based on bank data in just a matter of days. Above and beyond the benefit that traditional bureau, FICO, CFAS, and other bureau-based services can provide, bank data has had a huge impact. Our customers have seen a 45% increase in conversion while reducing their overall fraud by 7.5%. Given the disruption COVID has made in the market, now more than ever, leveraging bank data can have a huge impact in business, not just in credit risk decisioning or online lending, but across a range of use cases. Thanks for taking the time, and if you have any questions, please do get in touch.
Thank you, James. Next up, we have Art. This Dublin-based startup is the only company in the world providing a solution for virtual card customization, including cards inside the Apple Wallet. So Lena, tell us a little bit more about that.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lena, and I'm head of business development at ART. Here are also some of our team members. I'm happy to tell you more about our solution and provide some of the case studies. So what do? Essentially, we help banks achieve these fascinating results, up to 62% increase in the number of transactions and up to 39% increase in activations. And we do that by providing them with a turnkey solution to create customized payment cards. Whether we like it or not, but a bank card has become a commodity. An average person has 5 cards, but ends up using only one. Banks rely heavily on rewards to become the one. Bad news is rewards are very expensive and don't necessarily work. They can increase the number of transactions only up to 10%. Customization is a far better solution. Customization can increase the number of transactions up to 62%, with an average being between 30 and 40%. It also creates this emotional connection between the bank product and customer that results in better retention rates. And all of that for an additional $1 or $2 per card, which is our fee. Of course, in order to get to those impressive results, customers shall be able to order a card. That is why the process is so important. We've built an integrated tool stack to efficiently manage the entire process of image upload and approval, including screening. Also important to note that we integrate ourselves seamlessly into the existing process of card ordering and printing with a set of APIs. User interface is also crucial for the overall success of the program. So we provide banks with an applet that is easy to navigate, and we also build this AI-powered screening mechanism that provides instant feedback to the customers, whether the image they uploaded can or cannot be used for the card. This results in customers being happy and ordering those customized cards that they're going to use more often. Here is an example of how our AI screening algorithm works. So when the customer uploads a picture, it checks it against those 15 categories set out by payment networks. And in case if it detects some of that is not allowed to be on the card, it tells the person so, and the image is being rejected. And we ask the customer to upload a new one instantly. Our solution is very easy to integrate with just one line of code. We manage the entire image upload and approval process. And our image screening complies with all requirements set out by all payment networks. We don't store, process, or collect any personal data. Here are some of the cool case studies that we're very proud of. With the Raiffeisen Bank in Europe, they used our solution for credit cards, and they see an impressive 34% increase in the number of transactions. Then they used it for debit cards as well, and have seen an even more impressive increase of 42%. This one's a brand new product, so we don't have any stats on it yet, but I think customization can really be a game changer for the prepaid card. It actually becomes a very cool gift card, so generates additional volume for banks. And in case the card is reloadable, people are more willing to reload a customized card and generating revenue for the bank as well. So more than 10 million cards were already issued with our solution. We're originally based out of Dublin, Ireland, but we now have an American entity and looking for partners in the US. Here's my email. Please reach out to me. I'll be happy to talk about your current card programs and how we can help. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Lena. Next up, we have Select. This is a company that's creating the next generation credit and debit card that focuses on what consumers want the most, powerful and unique rewards. Let's learn more about the company that various media outlets are calling Amex for the next generation and the Black Card for millennials. Please welcome Carlo.
Hey guys, my name is Carlo Cisco and I'm the founder and CEO of Select. So the credit card industry is massive and there are hundreds and hundreds of cards. But what ultimately differentiates one card from the next? The rewards. But when you look at the rewards, you see a lot of the same things. Points you may or may not be able to use towards travel, and crap that you're never, ever going to use. So we thought, why can't these rewards be things that are actually useful? Why can't they be things that I would use in my daily life? Well, now they are. Introducing Select. Select is a next-gen Black Card that provides access to exclusive events, pricing, and perks with leading brands and venues. We partner with hundreds of top-rated local restaurants and nightlife venues, as well as premier global brands in travel, retail, entertainment, and more, giving our members access to exclusive rewards at over 1.6 million locations across the globe and online. And I'm not talking about miscellaneous points or fractional cash back. I'm talking about every time you go out to dinner or order it in, getting 20 to 30% off the full bill. Every time you go out for drinks, getting your first round on the house. Every time you travel, booking your hotel at rates that are up to 60% below the lowest publicly available, and much, much more. With Select, rewards are tangible and they happen at point of sale. Let's face it, points on a statement does not equate to drink in my hand. But Select is more than an idea. We're a business. To date, we've generated over $5.5 million worth of revenue, signed up over 12,000 paying members, formed over 900 exclusive partnerships, giving our members access to benefits at 1.6 million locations. So who are the members? In short, people that every financial institution wants to reach. Median income over 140K, average over 300K, median age 36. And today, these people are applying, signing up, and paying an extra $300 a year just to access our benefits. Imagine what's going to happen when we combine those benefits with industry-leading points or cash back and a payment method that they can use every single day. So how is Select faring in the current market environment? Renewals, better than ever. New member applications, continued throughout shelter in place. New partners, adding them faster than ever before. In short, we're not just surviving, we're thriving, because we're doing all of this with less than 1/3 the net burn we had the same time last year. But it's not just our demographic that's allowing us to do this. It's also hustle and innovation. We added close to 100 takeout and delivery partners, hosted dozens of digital events, and added numerous lifestyle, fitness, and business benefits, all during shelter in place. A little more about the team. I started my first successful business when I was 18 and helped build Groupon in Japan. growing it to over $20 million a month in just 2 months. The rest of the team has diverse experience across industries, giving us the foundation we need to grow this business. So what's next? Next up, we're launching our COVID Comeback Initiative. We're partnering with dozens of national and global brands, as well as local businesses, to leverage our expansive network of benefits to help reward people for supporting local businesses and hard-hit industries. Next up after that, raising our Series A. Next up after that, launching the Select credit card. What's interesting with Shelter in Place in this regard is we actually secured our second option for a credit card. And we're actually seeing interest increase across the industry. And it makes a lot of sense, right? I think banks have sort of realized that they need this low risk, high ROI demographic more than ever. And I think the idea of acquiring tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of them without having to spend $1 on marketing, because we're going to do that, makes a lot of sense. What's the future hold? Well, look, these are all quotes about Select as a membership card and a mobile app, but we plan to turn these early prophecies into reality and truly become an Amex for the next generation. And we hope that we're able to do that in partnership with you, either as an investor or an issuing partner. So reach out. Let's talk. All right, thanks. Bye.
Thank you so much, Carlo. It sure does sound like you guys are not only surviving, but also thriving. Next up, we have Company. They're a RegTech platform for global business verification and business KYC. Please welcome Russell.
Hello, everybody. My name is Russell Perry, and I'm the founder and CEO of Company. We are a global business verification and KYC platform. We are solving the regulatory burden of business know your customer by combining RPA, AI, and audit-proof company data. Regulated institutions like banking groups and insurers are facing a massive problem when it comes to KYC and AML data, the information that is used to verify companies and to monitor them. And this has led to massive fines, dwarfing the cost of compliance. And you'll be quite surprised that only about 5% of financial institutions today have a digital and automated solution in place for B2B onboarding. There is a solution to the low level of automation and the data gaps. Let me introduce you to RegTech by Company. We are the first line of defense for anti-money laundering by providing our clients with access to our audit-proof business KYC platform. As an example, in B2B onboarding, our clients are experiencing a cost reduction of 50% after the first month and a time reduction to onboard clients of 90%. Today, we have 4 product lines. Our REST API provides real-time and direct access to our global register network and can be integrated into ERP, CRM, or core banking systems very easily. Our cloud-based solution or browser-based solution can be deployed within the hour in the back office. And through our capabilities to identify shareholders, we can build a family tree of a company and the people behind instantly and on demand. And to make sure that there's an audit trail, we can record this in the blockchain. Company's approach is unique and fulfills the anti-money laundering requirements for audit-proof company data. We're not a static database of information. We are a global network with live access to primary or government sources. The information is time-stamped, and the data integrity is guaranteed, ensuring that information is considered a true copy. And because we operate our own network, we've been able to expand our global coverage to more than 200 jurisdictions, covering more than 110 million companies, and we're also designated critical infrastructure because we operate the most extensive network today. Over the past few years, we've been able to expand our AI capabilities for shareholder discovery, and in our live system today, we are able to achieve a 95% confidence level. The KYB market is expected to grow to more than $12 billion in the next few years. We are already seeing a large uptick in demand today, with our sales pipeline growing more than 8-fold in the last year alone, and our enterprise customers are continuing to upgrade. Adding to the demand are also the COVID economic stimulus programs that we see in North America, in Europe, and in other regions of the world. We just recently closed a round, bringing our total funding to 14 million euros. We're now going to focus on expanding our sales, product, and engineering teams ahead of a Series B round in 2021. Thank you for the opportunity to present at Plug and Play today. And for news and updates, please follow us on Twitter and LinkedIn. We are Company, the global business verification and KYC platform.
Thank you, Russell. Next up, we have a platform that allows fans to invest in fractional shares of vintage comic books, collectible cards, fantasy art, and other alternative assets with huge fandoms. Please welcome Joe.
Hi, my name is Joe Mahavutivani, and I am the co-founder and CEO of Mythic Markets. We turn geeky, high-value assets like vintage comics, collectible cards, fantasy art, and esports teams into publicly traded companies, allowing anybody to invest in the things they love. This is a huge market. Almost a third of the people in the US, including many of you in the room, consider yourselves a fan and spend over $2.5 billion annually on your favorite fandoms. This is an asset class that has beaten the market in gold and real estate over the last 10 years, but the best opportunities are out of reach because they're prohibitively expensive and rare, yet billions of fans globally covet these assets. We make it possible for anybody to buy, sell, and soon trade in fractional shares of the things they love for as little as $30. So how does it all work? We acquire high-value, rare collectibles. We securitize them by first forming a Series LLC that owns the asset, and that is securitized under Reg A+. And these are SEC and FINRA regulated securities and not crypto and blockchain. We then hold an IPO, allowing accredited and unaccredited investors to participate. And we are preparing to launch a trading marketplace as well for investors to place bids and asks and clear OTC trades. Some of our milestones have been the SEC qualification and FINRA approval that took over a year, and we are at $500,000 in collection value, and we have a $30 million pipeline, and we've laid the groundwork for this legal framework that scales up into new verticals and millions of dollars in public offerings. We've completed the public offering for the Black Lotus at $90,000 with 2,000 shares, and that cleared in 30 days. And currently we've got these booster boxes that are currently on offer, and we expect to close that within a week. What's coming up next? We've got the liquidity platform, as I mentioned. We're setting a cadence for monthly offerings in new verticals, and we're continuing to grow our investor base. And so we expect to raise our Series A in early 2021. And this is our team. My background is in product and growth at startups of all stages, and I previously spent the last 3.5 years in venture capital. The bulk of our team has known each other and been friends for the last 10 to 20 years, depending on the relationship. So it's a real pleasure to be able to work with our friends. We're ultimately going well beyond collectibles to unlock over $1 trillion in private investment opportunities, and we want to help people grow richer by investing in the things they know and love, whatever their fandom may be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joe. Next up, we have the San Jose-based startup Contique, who is an AI-powered buyer intelligence platform that delivers the fastest path to revenue by accurately providing real-time pipeline insights and buyer engagement to close deals faster. Please welcome Arun.
My name is Arun Lal, co-founder and CEO of Contique, and we produced the AI-powered buyer intelligence platform. Did you know that 77% of enterprises state that buying is a very complex and difficult process for them? However, the enterprise sellers that are able to personalize the buyer's journey based on the right buyer intelligence can achieve significantly shorter sales cycles, higher win rates, and larger deal sizes. But this is not a reality for most enterprise and B2B sellers out there today. To further contextualize the problem, meet John. He's a B2B sales rep at a leading video conferencing software company. and he has a problem. He has a meeting with the CIO of AT&T in a few days to pitch his software solution. What John needs is a highly personalized presentation deck with the latest and greatest information, the right case studies, data sheets, and videos to influence the customer. What John actually faces in the company is as much as 25% of his critical sales time lost on finding the right information, which can exist in multiple silos with different versions and in different formats. Next, he has to take all this information and personalize it, get it customer ready in form of a deck, which is a manual process with a very poor tool experience and can take hours, if not days. But let's say he's produced this amazing presentation deck for his meeting, and he goes and presents it. The problem is that there's no structured capture of feedback and insights that get generated in the meeting. And as a result of that, other sales team in the company keep reproducing or keep producing the same content over and over again and cannot benefit from the insights and the learnings that John had with his buyer. To solve this problem, we've created Contique. With Contique, John can get an automated personalized deck in a matter of minutes. The first thing he needs is a good base deck. With Contique's Pitch Builder, John receives recommendations on most effective decks from prior similar deals. Next, he needs slides recommendations to further tailor the deck. And with Contique, he receives slide recommendations based on the opportunity that he's working on to further personalize the deck. So in this case, since he's pitching to a telecom customer, he gets recommendations on telecom case studies that he can insert in his deck. So there you have it. In a matter of minutes, his deck is ready, and then he can share it as a microsite with the buyer. The microsite allows for the buyer to ask questions as well as provide feedback. What he gets back in return with the engagement with the buyer are detailed engagement analytics dashboard, which provide insights on how engaged the buyer was at a slide level, at the deck level, and at the deal level. At the heart of it, Contique is a machine learning algorithm that's taking these engagement analytics and other contextual information and creating content effectiveness score at a deal level, deck level, slide level. And it uses these scores to make recommendations to other B2B sellers working on similar opportunities as to what content they should be using to move their deals from the current stage to the next. Contique produces higher sales productivity, shorter sales cycles, and much higher win rates. And we've demonstrated that with our strong customer momentum at companies like VMware, Tech Mahindra, Capgemini, Deloitte, Informatica, and many mid-market companies. We have a strong team that's going after this opportunity, which has deep experience in building enterprise top products, as well as scaling them to be large-scale businesses. The team has experience with companies such as Microsoft, VMware, Intel, EMC, FICO, and so on. At this stage, we're looking for new customers, as well as we have a funding round that's open. The details of the funding round are available at seedinvest.com/Contique. And thank you. And we look forward to your partnerships and collaboration. We're Contique, the AI-powered buyer intelligence platform. And for more information, you can reach me at arun@contique.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Arun. Last but certainly not least, we have Instant. They're the first AI-powered online customer onboarding platform for businesses that will cover fraud loss liability for up to $100 million annually. Take us home, Mimi.
Hi, I'm Mimi Salcedo, co-founder and chief product officer of Instant. We believe digital customer onboarding is broken, and while there's a lot of players in the space, no one's developed a holistic customer onboarding solution until now. A little background. Businesses know they need to deliver a frictionless sign-up experience, but it can be hard to balance out with fraud prevention. As a product person, I know I've felt the constant tension of bringing on more customers while also managing fraud and compliance risk. While these issues were already prevalent before COVID, digital customer onboarding has become even more critical to all businesses' success. For a long time, we've thought about customer onboarding in pretty much the same way. There's no blueprint for how to do this well, so businesses are forced to DIY solutions with an ever-increasing number of point solution vendors and data sources. Every year, you might try new point solution vendors to see if you can get more good customers or to see if you can reduce fraud. You might swap around the order of the tools in your waterfall to see if you can optimize for cost. You probably also have a person who's constantly tuning your waterfall as you discover, oh crap, a new fraud vector. But the thing is, customer onboarding is not your core business, and it's draining way too much of your valuable time and resources. Instant was founded so that you can get back to focusing on delivering the core products and services you actually want to spend time on, while leaving customer onboarding to the experts. I mentioned I'm a product person, but I'm also a fintech entrepreneur, and I've spent most of my career building and rebuilding onboarding processes to get customers into the products I actually wanted to be spending my time on. Since Instant wasn't around, I had to take the DIY approach, which meant finding and bringing in point solution vendors for all the different types of data and processing I needed to do. My co-founder, Sunil Madhu, also a serial entrepreneur, has spent the last 7 years building Socure, which now verifies the identities of customers for some of the world's most notable brands. In that time, he realized the problem with the way businesses sign up customers was bigger than any one-point solution and needed to be addressed holistically. Enter Instant. I'm going to show you how with a line of code on your website, you can buy the best-in-class technologies to more accurately and frictionlessly verify and onboard your customers. This is our Instant dashboard, where you'll be able to create and manage your sign-up forms. The first step is to choose the fields you'd like to collect from your customers. Then you can customize everything to look and feel just how your brand and flow does now. Next, you'll configure a few things, like where we should send your customers if they're accepted, declined, or need a review. We've also turned what would have been 2 different vendor integrations into simple checkboxes for KYC and document verification. Next, you'll encrypt everything with your public key so that only you can decrypt your customer's data, meaning you still own your customer. That's it. Just take this line of code and add it to your website, or use the SDK for your mobile app. And with a few clicks and pasting some code, your customer sign-up process is now powered by Instant. A customer never leaves your brand's website, and the form itself is styled to your specifications to fit in seamlessly. What once would have required over 6 vendors and a team of risk people can now be yours for a fraction of the cost and none of the headache of managing all this complexity in-house. In that line of code lives our proprietary AI-powered engine, which is looking at a multitude of data points to make the most accurate determinations about who is a good customer and who poses risk. Not only can we guarantee to get you more good customers, which grows your top-line revenue, but we'll put our money where our mouth is, and we're offering fraud loss liability up to $100 million. That means that if Instant says a customer is good and sends them into your business and they commit fraud, we will hold the financial liability for that. Fraud losses, be gone. If you're tired of the constant tension between new customers and fraud, please reach out. We're so excited to be able to enable businesses to get back to focusing on doing the work that truly matters. Leave your customer onboarding headache to us. To conclude, a huge thanks to Plug and Play for hosting us. Instant will be raising our Series A in September, and we'd love to talk to investors who share our vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mimi. And that wraps up our startup presentations for today. I want to extend a huge thank you to all our Batch 11 startups for being a part of our program these last couple of months. It's been amazing to watch you all adapt and grow even throughout these, unprecedented times. So please stay in touch, and I wish you all the best of luck. With that, I'll hand it over to George to announce our corporate innovation winners.
Thanks, Mona. Really appreciate it. So we have 2 corporate innovation awards that we'd like to present today. The first one goes to actually John Deere Financial. We picked John Deere based on their high engagement with startups and other corporate partners. In the last 7 months of partnership, they have done 2 demo days, as well as innovation efforts that showcased what they did to startups. Additionally, they met with over 50 startups, which translated into a POC or pilot. Thank you, John Deere Financial.
All right. Well, thank you, George. Hello, everybody. My name is Aaron Wetzel. I'm the Senior Vice President at John Deere Financial, responsible for global sales and marketing. And it's a pleasure to be with all of you and accept this innovation award on behalf of John Deere Financial. We are kind of new entrants in our collaboration with Plug and Play, and we have really enjoyed the experience we've had so far, but more importantly, we found a tremendous value out of this relationship on many fronts. One is our access to up-and-coming companies with new and innovative technologies that we want to be able to assess and determine whether we want to collaborate and work with them on solutions for our customers. But more importantly, through some of our town hall meetings, Plug and Play has been able to help our organization understand the possibilities of what's available to us. Deere is a almost 200-year-old company. We're very set in our ways in serving the agricultural and construction equipment markets, and we are slow to change most of the time. This relationship we have with Plug and Play is really opening the eyes to a lot of folks in our organization on what is possible and beginning to explore really how we can partner and collaborate with others and not do it all ourselves. We had one of our product team members come out of one of our recent events with Plug and Play saying that initially they were very much a challenger to the concept of working outside of the four walls of John Deere. And after understanding the capabilities of companies that they didn't even know existed before, all of a sudden now is a champion. And so we're starting to see a shift of our organization moving towards more collaboration and integration and moving away from trying to do it all ourselves. So we really appreciate and value the relationship we have with Plug and Play. And we're very thankful for the recognition that you are bestowing on us and look forward to even more collaboration in the future. So with that, I'll turn it over back to George. Thanks.
Thanks, Aaron. I can't put on my video, but no worries. We'll go ahead and, oh, here we go. All right, so our next innovation award goes to one of our other partners, Banorte. So Banorte has had super high engagement with our startups. In the past year of partnership, Banorte has been present at all FinTech Selection Days as well as expos, bringing different team members from their company to better understand innovation and make a cultural change within their organization. Additionally, they have met over 100 startups and did more than 8 deal flows. Thank you, Banorte.
Thank you, George. My name is Guillermo Güemes. I am the Innovation Director in Banorte, and I happen to be very lucky to lead a team of very intelligent and very inquisitive people. First of all, I want to thank Plug and Play for this award. I want to thank Nadine, who has helped us through a lot of this process from our very first contact with them. It is a very inspiring to receive these types of awards for the company and for the team, because it's a proof that we're doing something right, at least. Innovation in Banorte is very important, and what Plug and Play provides for us is a very clean method to access the startup talent in Silicon Valley. We are not very eager to talk to companies all over the world and spend hundreds of hours on flights to try and reach them. And I think Plug and Play does that very, very well for us. We find that we get a very good mix of companies, very good mix of products that we can address and access. And that is a very good value to the business. One key thing we've managed to do during this time is talk to the business units and bring them on board and take them to the actual showcases so that they understand what we're getting into and they can see the value in that. And we have, I'm not going to say reams of people trying to go, but a lot of them want to go to see what they can find for their own business units. And I think that's one of the key issues in this process, which is to organize your business units to participate, not just the innovation department. The next 6 months for us will be interesting, given all this pandemic and the way the bank and the financial industry itself is changing. We will be looking for more new things and new things that we can leverage quickly to provide a completely different service to our customers. So again, thank you very much for the award. It is an honor, and that I accept on behalf of my team. And with that, I'll hand it back to you, George.
Thank you very much, Guillermo. And with that, that wraps up the FinTech portion of our Summer Summit. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. And if we can give all the startups a virtual round of applause, that'd be much appreciated. And if you can stick around, we have our Enterprise Expo starting at 11 a.m. Pacific. With that, thank you very much and have a great day.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Enterprise Tech Summer Summit. My name is Nate Hinneman, and I'm a co-director here at Plug and Play, overseeing our Enterprise Tech program. We're very happy to have all of you here virtually, so thank you very much for taking the time to join us. We established the Enterprise Tech program at the beginning of this year to address the needs our partners have in regards to finding technology for improving the efficiency and capabilities of their back office business units. For those of you who don't know us, this is our Enterprise Tech team. Our partners include banks, IT integrators, professional services firms, and telecommunications companies. We are very excited to announce British Telecom as our newest partner. BT is the largest telecommunications provider in the UK and is not only working with our Enterprise Tech program, but also our sustainability programs as they've launched a new Green Tech initiative. Many of you have likely seen this slide before, but for those who haven't, here is an overview of the focus areas of Plug and Play Enterprise Tech. We cover cybersecurity, finance, operations and legal, growth and customer experience, infrastructure and IT, human resources and talent, and big data and analytics. COVID has been a challenge for all of us, and we took it upon ourselves to provide information to our partners and the community through our COVID-19 webinar series. We hosted 3 webinars over the last 2 months. Our first was the Deskless Workforce, supporting remote workers in a Black Swan event, which focused on technology enabling organizations to improve their remote workforce capability. Our second was Securing Remote Workers, which focused on cybersecurity tools we know that help organizations better protect their organization from cybersecurity attacks. Our third event was Contact Centers Ensuring Business Continuity at the First Line of Customer Service, which focused on tools to help organizations improve their customer experience. If you'd like to view any of these webinars, they are available on our website as well as our YouTube page. Now it's time to introduce our keynote speaker, John Nolan, who will speak about his role and how he sees the future of work. John Nolan is currently Group Human Resources Director for Jardine Matheson, a company headquartered in Hong Kong, employing nearly 500,000 people in 50 countries spanning Asia, Europe, and the US. Prior to joining Jardine, John worked for Unilever in the consumer goods industry and held various senior positions in global and operational roles. He has extensive international experience, having lived and worked in the USA, UK, Belgium, Singapore, and Hong Kong. John was educated in the UK and graduated from the London School of Economics and Political Science. In 2014, he was awarded the Fraser Jones Award for his contribution in the HR profession. John is a keen sports fan and is an English FA qualified soccer coach. We are very fortunate to have John here today, so without any further hesitation, please welcome John Nolan. So thanks so much for being here with us today, John. It's great to have you. Really appreciate the time. Aside from my quick introduction, I thought I would open it up to you to give a quick introduction on yourself and maybe just talk about a few things that you're working on as the Human Resources Director at Jardine. I'm sure things today are a lot different, more different than they were, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, pre-COVID. So very interested to hear how a company like Jardine is handling this situation.
Well, Nate, thank you for the introduction, and it's my pleasure to be part of the summit. So thank you. Yeah, I've been in HR. Gosh, as you said in the introduction, a number of years. And, I think, or I thought maybe I'd seen many things and what the world had to throw at us, but the last few months have certainly changed all that. I would say, I've always felt I went into HR because I thought HR had the ability or gave you the opportunity to impact the organization in a really unique way and make a difference. But I think the COVID situation has really thrown the HR function and senior HR leaders really to the fore. And I think this is a moment where people are looking to people in my function and people in in all leadership roles actually, to help create some kind of understanding, some kind of meaning, some kind of way forward, and for how the world's going to look in the future. So of course, you know, as a big organization like ours with more than 500,000 people, or around 500,000 people, the last few months have been, you know, pretty much in crisis mode. And there's been many things we've been trying to do, which I'm sure everyone else has been trying to do, about keeping our people safe and keeping our businesses operational. But I think it's also a moment where the HR function has been asked to provide maybe something different, something unique, something that no other function can provide. And therefore it's been a privilege for me to be, you know, at the center of that, as we've thought about, you know, what does that mean for ongoing operations? What does it mean for the way people work? You know, what does it mean for the way people will come back to work when they do come back to work? What does it mean for the environments that we're all going to work in? What is the impact of technology going to be? And I think there has been a big impact of technology that we've seen in the last few months. And how's that going to play out over the next few months? You know, what is the new shape of an organization? The design of that organization? I think everything has been thrown under the spotlight. And we're going to have to think very differently about how we do things. And I think that's exciting. And of course, this has been a terrible time for everybody in the world. And there's no getting away from that. Whether that's the sort of terrible human tragedy that's resulted as a consequence of COVID-19, or the economic impact that's been, you know, wrought everywhere that the virus has hit. Having said that, I think we've always got to try and stay positive. We've always got to try and look for silver linings. And I think there are some silver linings that'll come out of this. And maybe we'll come out of it, you know, with things being done differently and being done better. And we can make the workplace and hopefully the communities and the societies that we all operate within better. So that's what I'm hoping. But, you know, right now we're right in the middle of it, Nate. But I would say there's probably never been a more interesting time to be NHR in a big organization.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, thanks so much, John. I think we have a quick fireside chat. So we have about 5 questions I'd love to ask you. So if you're open, we can just get to that right now.
Go ahead.
Perfect. So John, as Human Resources Director, you know, what have you learned about the current methods of managing talent as a result of the pandemic? Is it effective? Do you see the need to make changes to current managing methods? You know, just curious what your thoughts are there.
Yeah, so look, I mean, I think, you know, if there's a headline around the whole COVID situation, I think it may be that it has accelerated some trends that were already there before. Mm-hmm. And, you know, there was clearly a trend, not just, you know, with consumers, with us all as customers or consumers, for personalization and customization. I think that has also been a trend in the workplace, where people are increasingly looking for, you know, personalized experience of employment rather than a mass one-size-fits-all experience of work. And, you know, I think the COVID situation has shown a light on that. You know, I'll give you an example, which is that, you know, in this part of the world, I'm sitting talking to you today from Hong Kong, but, you know, we fortunately not been as badly affected as some other place. A couple of periods where we've had people working from home for extended periods of time. And, you know, I think one thing we've realized on the return to work is that, you know, everybody wants to be treated differently. You know, there are some people who can't wait to get back in the office and can't wait to sort of, you know, get back at their desk. There's other people who are very cautious, who are very anxious. There's other people who have reprioritized the way they think about work, the way they think about their work schedule, and spend more time at home with their families, and therefore creating the environment for them to work flexibly or work where they want and how they want, I think has really been accelerated. So that's a good thing, because I think it's forcing us to think about people as individuals and think about what works for them. And I think also, hopefully, you know, bringing to the fore more empathetic leadership and thinking more about what people want and what's going to, you know, motivate them, other than thinking about people as a sort of a, you know, homogenous mass. And I think that's a great thing. So, you know, that's one thing that the COVID situation has definitely. I think another thing is that I think probably finally, if there were still any doubters that, you know, technology could be used in a really efficient way and people could work remotely without any noticeable drop-offs in productivity, I think, well, that dragon's been slain. And I think we've proved that to everybody and proved that to ourselves. Now, of course, there were some companies where that was never a question, but I think I'd be right in saying there's many companies around the world where that whole sort of presenteeism culture around being in the office was still there. And I think, you know, one of the positives of this situation is hopefully we finally broke the back of that, and people have realized that we can use mediums like the one we're using today, and it works perfectly fine.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, there are definitely some silver linings, and I think, you know, this summit, for one, you know, we typically have 300 to 500 people joining us in our offices for these summer summits, and today we have about 1,400 people viewing this. So it's definitely enabled greater access to information, in addition to being able to work remotely. So another question for you. What policies have you put in place in response to COVID-19? So obviously new policies around remote working, but curious to hear, you know, what are some of those policies that you've put in place and how they've been effective or maybe not effective?
So, you know, fortunately sitting in Asia, I think one of the advantages that some of the Asian markets had was that they have experienced something like this before. You know, certainly there's a lot of people who've got experience dating back to SARS, and so my sense of it is that people were a little more prepared. And so when it came to some of these policies, there was already some thinking had been done around, you know, how to keep the office safe, hygiene practices, health advice. So, you know, we've done a lot of things around that to make the office safe, you know, whether that's sort of rotating teams to keep office density down, hygiene practices, temperature screening, you know, all those sort of things. But I think they're probably pretty standard, and I think we'll see those in the rest of the world as we progressively see people, you know, going back to work. I think they've normalized this notion that people can work flexibly and they can work where they want, how they want, when they want, you know, as long as they are able to carry out their duties. And we've taken the opportunities to accelerate the shift to that and have introduced a formal policy to allow people to do that. Now, you know, that might not sound like rocket science to many of the people who are listening in today, probably definitely the ones in Silicon Valley, but, you know, in some parts of the world, you know, that's still culturally an issue, and we've been able to break through that. So, you know, I think that's probably one really good, you know, really good example of that, Nate, is to formalize that. And that means, I think, it opens up a whole wealth of opportunities to attract different types of people and different types of talent. And it's just one of the things that you have in your toolkit to try and get the culture that you need inside your business to be successful.
No, definitely. That's great. Do you think there are any organizations out there that have kind of managed to stand out to you in terms of how they've managed their workforce in this environment? You know, are there any kind of leaders that you think are good role models for the rest of the world to follow?
I think there are lots, you know, and I think, if anything, you know, sometimes you see in a crisis, you see it brings out the best in people, and it brings out the best in organizations. You know, I don't know if I'd mention companies specifically by name, but what I would say is, you know, at the heart of the companies that I think that have done this or handled this situation well is this point I made a little earlier introduction, this notion of empathy. I think the reality is most people have been really, frightened and spooked by this virus. People are feeling anxious. People don't know, they're concerned. They don't know what the workplace is going to be like. They don't know whether it's going to be safe or not. They're concerned about their families, all those things. And I think those companies that have immediately moved quickly to take that concern away from people are the ones I admire the most. There's a number of them who've already announced that people to work from home indefinitely. There are other companies that have gone so far as giving people grants of money so that they can set themselves up to work remotely. Mm-hmm. And I think that communicates two things which are really important. One is trust, that, you as a leader of an organization, trust the right thing. And I think the second one is empathy, and it shows that you can say to people, if you're feeling concerned, we're with you, and want to make it as easy as possible for you to carry on, but at the same time for you to feel good about that and for you not to feel in any way insecure. And I think those companies have moved quickly to communicate trust and communicate empathy. They're the ones for me that I think really stand out.
Definitely know that. That's wonderful. So we're coming up on the end of our questions here, but the last one's a little fun, I guess. Would you like to make any predictions about the future of work and what it would look like?
Oh gosh. Well, I think there's a couple of things I would say. One is, I think we will all think differently about how we preparations for crisis situations. So, I think I've been involved in managing many crises over the years, but this one really is something that I couldn't possibly have foreseen. In that all the assumptions that you make about how you would manage a crisis, none of them proved to be valid. And so, whether that was most crisis management videos, they assume that, you'll have a problem in one business, one sector, one country, one office, and all of your plans are built around, well, it's okay. If there's a problem in country X, we can evacuate people to country Y. Or, if there is a safety incident or a security incident in building A, we can all operate the next day from building B, and you can just shift your folks around. It turned out none of those things were valid because you couldn't move people from country 1 to country 2, and none of your offices were open. Everybody was working from home, and countries closed their borders, so you couldn't even move your staff around. Flights didn't operate. So almost everything that you previously assumed about business continuity and crisis management had changed. So I think one thing, Nate, that I've learned from this is that in the future we'll ask much more searching questions and we'll challenge ourselves even harder around scenario planning. I think that's a big one. I think the second one about what's changed about the future of work is I think something I've already alluded to, which is this notion that we need to continue to recognize that everybody's an individual and tailor the work experience to suit that individual and to suit their unique set of skills and talents. And whether that's where they work, how they're remunerated, how they connect and engage with each other. Certainly, I think the future of the office will be very different. Offices will become a different place because we will want to have lower office densities. We'll want to have lower people commuting in the rush hour. People won't feel that's safe to be there, certainly for a period of time. They'll become more about collaboration or resource centers, maybe less about places where people sort of sit in cubicles and do work. So I think that's going to change, significantly. And I think also you'll get people who in the future will reappraise the value of work and maybe will reappraise what they want out of life. Because I think this has been a wake-up call to many people. So I would say, obviously there'll be many things that'll change. But as always, I think there'll also be many things that'll still stay the same. we'll still hopefully all have customers who want great products and services delivered by highly talented, motivated, and engaged employees. I don't think that's going to change too much, but maybe the way we go about it might. So who knows? And I certainly wouldn't want to set myself a great prophet of the future, because I think the crisis also told us that maybe we should be too careful about we should be careful about some of our predictions.
Exactly.
But I think what that does say is that organizations need to be agile.
Yep.
And they need to build in agility and resilience to be able to respond to whatever the situation is. And I think that whole notion of building in stability, building in resilience, building in an ability to respond differently to whether it's changes in the market or changes in the environment, I think that's going to be really important.
Mm-hmm. Well, John, thank you so much for the time. I found that very insightful and quite interesting. And just, thank you so much for being here. It's too bad we couldn't do this in person, but obviously remote communication technologies enable us to do this, and we're very happy to have had you participate today. So thanks again for the time. And I think what we have coming up next are some startup pitches, but I'm going to quickly introduce Zoe Wu, our program manager, who will take the reins from here on out. But then, once again, John, thanks so much for the time. I hope you have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nate, and thank you, John, for your insightful keynotes. We appreciate your time. Good morning, everyone. I'm Zoe, and I work really closely with enterprise tech startups. This is the first time that we run our program completely virtually, and all of our startups have done a fantastic job adjusting during this challenging time. With everyone on the line, we will be showcasing 16 startups today, and we will start with cybersecurity. Great. We will move on to our first presentation from Alcide. Alcide is a Kubernetes security leader, and it was created to fill the gap between DevOps and security teams. Amongst the Alcide customers are Takeaway Grubhub, the world's leading food delivery group, Snowflake, the world's leading cloud storage, and many others. Here we have the CEO, Amir, to talk about how Alcide works in complex Kubernetes environments.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amir. I'm the CEO of Alcide, talking to you from Tel Aviv. Proud member of the Plug and Play batch. And I wanted to share with you a bit about what is Alcide doing and how we support companies at these times around Kubernetes security. So we as a company focus on Kubernetes security. We help bridging between DevOps and SecOps. At these times, many companies out there dealing with cloud and Kubernetes adoption are actually a big target for threat actors. As the world economy is depreciating, there is more cybercrime on the rise, and the easy targets for cyber criminals sitting out of their homes is actually targeting cloud companies or cloud-based companies. And within the cloud space, the most vulnerable and open environment is Kubernetes. So we as a company are focusing in that respect on protecting companies, protecting their cyber security. We are a team of 30 people out of Israel and San Francisco, backed by Intel Capital. And we decided that during these times, it is our task to support those early cloud adopters and Kubernetes adopters, and make sure that the Kubernetes adoption continues and is not hampered because of all of those threats. You probably heard about Zoom being attacked and many, many others through cybercrime. Kubernetes is a very open infrastructure. It's very easy to get access into it and very hard to detect. Through our platform, we can monitor the Kubernetes network and easily detect any such vulnerabilities. On top of that, because we address CD to runtime, so because we address already the early design of Kubernetes, we have released around our Alcide Advisor a new package for HIPAA scanning, and we promote it now as a giving back to the community with a HIPAA scan for free for any healthcare related company. Through this scan, you actually, as a healthcare company, can identify any vulnerabilities or any inherent gaps that you have to comply to HIPAA, any kind of benchmark checks that you should fix early on in the development cycle, and thus protect yourself from being a target for any Kubernetes attacks. On top of that, in terms of our more comprehensive Kubernetes package, we can monitor the Kubernetes logs for any malicious behavior that is happening on the Kubernetes infrastructure. And the last module that we provide around the ART, which is our LSEDE runtime, we provide really microservices firewall that protects and locks and enforces all of the policies in runtime to ensure fully protection. We work very closely right now with our customers that are deploying their Kubernetes and don't want to stop Kubernetes deployment just because of increase of threats. So we constantly enhance our research on new vulnerabilities and new attacks that are out there in terms of Kubernetes. And as I mentioned, we're going to continuously release new packages like the HIPAA package that is going to support such a potential current crime that is happening against Kubernetes. Through that, we hope that we can support you and any other customer that is on the Kubernetes journey to ensure you continue safely deploy your Kubernetes during this time and actually take advantage of the move to the cloud and the move to the online ecosystem that is emerging right now. So happy to support. We are here at LSEDE, and we're happy to be at your service with any need around your Kubernetes security. Thank you.
Thanks, Amir. Next, we will move to Secure Channels. Secure Channels is a cybersecurity solution development company based in Irvine, California. And congratulations for being chosen by Oregon Systems, which is a leading IoT systems integrator, to be the encryption provider for their critical infrastructure customers. Today, we have Ian, VP of Sales and Data Service here to talk about how Secure Channels develops technologies to protect against current emerging threats.
Secure Channels is a cybersecurity software engineering and development company. But where we differentiate ourselves is our focus on data security and access management in developing those cryptographic tools and platforms that can secure any digital information. Let's start at the root problem and the issues it causes for IT and InfoSec professionals. The encryption and cryptographic tools available today are so inefficient and so cumbersome to use, they either get used on a small portion of an organization's data or they just don't get used at all. The first issue this causes is that if hackers get past all the cybersecurity defenses and get to unprotected data, they can choose to use it, sell it, or ransom it back for huge profits. The second issue is the cost. Companies who suffer a data breach where unprotected data is stolen face massive cleanup costs, litigations, and fines, the global average being 3.9 million per breach. The US average, though, 8.1 million per breach. The third issue is today's strongest encryption at 128 or 256 will be vulnerable to quantum computing attacks. Now here's how we address those problem and issue statements. Here at Secure Channels, we design ultra-efficient and secure encryption tools and platforms that give developers, OEMs, and enterprise organizations more ways to leverage encryption. We do this by providing better tools without the drawbacks that keep IT professionals from wanting to use them. And by providing better tools, they'll get used more often on more data, reducing organizational risk from data theft and mitigating the risk of any stolen data being used, sold, or ransomed. The second result is that companies using our platforms and tools can significantly mitigate that $3.9 to $8 million average breach cost and possibly avoid disclosing breaches altogether. The third result is that extensively using encryption is already a #1 ROI in cybersecurity. Now let's look at the market size in terms of revenue and growth for just two of the markets our products fit in. The first is global software encryption, which is already a $7.5 billion market, expected to grow at 17% to $16.5 billion in just 4 years. The other is post-quantum cryptography. Again, that cryptography that protects from quantum computing attacks is growing at 39% a year and will be a $4 billion market in just the next 8 years. Now let's look at some of the identified market opportunities and use cases for our technology. First and foremost, secure communication. That could include email, VPN, video conferencing, and secure radios, all of which are even more in demand, especially in today's environment. Industrial controls, which fall into the real-time SCADA PLC environments that protect a lot of our critical infrastructure and infrastructure around the world. Automotive, in terms of both intra-vehicle and the mobility apps we use with those vehicles. IoT and IIoT, which apply to almost anything. Again, this will be almost 500 billion devices in just the next 5 to 10 years. And then HD cameras, which could include anything from security cameras, industrial cameras, those that go in your vehicle, as well as doorbells and smart homes. To touch on our 2 patented core technologies, the first of which is Exotic, which is that encryption system that is incredibly efficient, strong, and flexible. The other is SKI, which is our high-speed streaming key exchange. Looking at our go-to-market strategy, you can classify them 2 ways. One is ready to use, and the other is ready to integrate. Under the ready-to-use side would be our SaaS platform and downloadable software, which cover email encryption, file drive encryption, endpoint encryption, and user authentication. Under the ready-to-integrate side are our licensable APIs that cover software hardware encryption, encryption key exchange processes, and user authentication. In taking a deeper look at where our APIs play, let's look at software integrated encryption. We can literally protect anything from structured to unstructured data, data at rest, data in motion, as well as all the use cases that are most important today, including email, IoT, VPNs, automotive databases, HD video and media, and that ICS SCADA PLC environment. In terms of hardware embedded encryption, again, great place would be mobility, ASICs, and of course FPGAs. On the encryption key exchange side, again, email, file sharing, endpoint, automotive, SCADA PLC. And in terms of user authentication and multi-factor authentication, which goes back to access control, we can secure web front ends, software applications, mobile, and a really interesting use case is AR and VR environments where there is no alphanumeric keyboard.
Great. Ian and his team are on our networking platform, Umbrella. If you would love to meet with them, go and sign Umbrella. Next, we will move to Infinite Point. Infinite Point is based in Tel Aviv, Israel, and their offerings have been seeing significant tractions in the recent months due to the understanding that organizations must be able to access their cyber risks in real time. They have multiple POCs going on right now, and today we have Ariel to introduce how Infinite Point's solution bridges the existing gap between IT and security teams within enterprises.
For the next 5 minutes is focus on what Infinite Point does and why it's important. So Infinite Point is a cloud-native unified endpoint management platform, and it gets so much more important today as business resilience is on the line. Let's talk a little about how today's organizations look like. So distributed workforce is an example of how the perimeter has been breached, and we really have areas in the cloud, on-prem, off-prem extensions to different places like the distributed workforce. And that creates a real challenge for getting to cyber hygiene. Cyber hygiene is addressing those known vulnerabilities, right? Use software and hardware vulnerabilities, but they're known, right? Critical vulnerabilities that have been there, but you need to know how to patch them. Software security weaknesses, misconfiguration, things that you should know how to address, but for some reason you're not addressing, even though you have a multitude of tools. And that's a good example here is the Zoom recent vulnerability, which was tapped into, especially as there was work from home migration and really enabling attackers to take advantage of that. But this is known vulnerability that should have been taken care of by the organization. And the reason why it's challenging to take care of cyber hygiene is because of the complexities of how organizations look like today and the managed devices, unmanaged device tapping into the system. And we put it into 3 different pillars of challenges. The first one is the ever constant changing environments. Once it was focused on on-prem, today it's on-prem, cloud, off-prem, remote locations. These are creating a real challenge to see everything in real time and go seamlessly between them. The other one has to do with the breadth of assets connecting to these networks. Once you were talking about workstation servers, today you have IoT, you have cloud workloads. These all have to be identified in real time and managed all the way to risk assessed. And that is creating a real challenge around cyber hygiene. What we've built is a platform in order to address that in real time and at scale. Real time is really connecting to the devices themselves and understanding what is their status. At scale is over thousands and thousands of these types of assets, virtual and not. And what we're calling it is 4-story journey in order to get to cyber hygiene. The first starts with asset discovery and management. What you don't discover, you can't protect. What we do is a 3-fold from integrations all the way to a sensor and through to a client sitting on each and every one of the devices, getting real-time data about the status. And once you have that, all the way to the ability to query those assets in real time, what you are is well positioned to actually start doing some real vulnerability management program, really contextualizing that, whether it's a user, station, or application, not on top of the CVSS scoring, but what additional risks are associated with that in order to give the right scoring, come on top of that with the live integration, all the way to closing that. Live integration being able to query all your IT estate in real time to get additional information, closing the loop with mitigation. And that is all based on cutting edge technology, obviously, but client and client-less technology. It's a peer-to-peer movement, really giving us land speed in order to not only deploy ourselves, but actually ask the questions. And that's continuous in real time to give you the most accurate status and the most granular status of what does your IT estate look like. And let's actually see that in action. So this is a good example of how we took care of the Zoom vulnerability via the platform.
In this video, I'm going to demonstrate how to quickly mitigate a recent threat using InfiniPoint. During this period, when many people work from home, Zoom has become a critical tool in our daily toolbox. Unfortunately, our tools are not immune from attacks, and it was recently published that a Zoom vulnerability can leak Windows 10 sign-in information. Zoom recently released a fix in the form of a new Zoom version. There are 2 options which administrators can take in order to remediate this threat. First, I'll demonstrate the implementation of an OS mitigation. What I'm going to do is I'm going to find the clients which are using Zoom using the asset inventory screen. I find 2 groups of assets running Zoom on Windows. I'll choose one of them. I'll mark all the assets. And I'll run the script of Zoom vulnerability mitigation. And as you can see, just like that, the risk has been remediated and InfiniPoint employees can continue working regularly. Another option I can take is to upgrade Zoom to its latest version. I'll click the Zoom upgrade and I'll run it against its targets. The process of upgrading Zoom should take roughly around half a minute. Now we were able to get a response that the Zoom version 4.6.9 was installed successfully. Don't wait for your next gen AV. Attackers are exploiting new vulnerabilities faster than defenders can fix them. The only true competitive advantage in security today is speed and reprogramming your infrastructure at infinite scale to mitigate risks.
So instant time to value is both enhanced security and increased productivity. I urge you, if this is of interest, please reach out. We'll be happy to have the conversation. Thank you for your time.
Great. Next, we have Ijura. Ijura offers mobile threat defense solutions. And here we have Manis, the CEO of Ijura.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the presentation of Ijura. I chose a unique patent-pending mobile and IoT security solution that helps you secure your device by directly integrating with an MNO, which means you do not need any application or an agent on a device to secure it. We secure the endpoints, ensuring that all the data that goes in and out of a device is scanned and is free of any malicious, phishing, or any sort of activity that can jeopardize the data. As we are aware of the security situation in the world today, with the given coronavirus situation and employees working from home, enterprise data has become totally vulnerable to hackers, and hackers are trying every means to penetrate an enterprise network or steal a valuable information, maybe by sending an email with a malicious link, or by having different applications on the App Store which are stealing the information out without any knowledge of the enterprise or the user. So how do we ensure that we are able to secure the devices through a quick, easy, scalable solution? Let me offer you some details of our solution, Vijura. We offer a network enforced solution that offers a zero-touch approach. We have ease of deployment, which means you can not only increase your capacity, and we can help you with that by providing a private deployment, but also it is instantly downloadable through an app store, or we can whitelist the phone numbers through the MNO of your employees for a company-owned device. We offer improved user experience by providing negligible latency. Our solution is hosted on the cloud, so it's totally lightweight. And for a bring your own device use case, we offer privacy for your employees, ensuring no data is exposed to an enterprise admin. We authenticate and we help with user provisioning, which means only secure access is offered to an enterprise network, be it a bring your own device use case or a company-owned device. We are present on the cloud, which means we can secure any cloud-based solution and application located on it. We also secure internet traffic coming in our Office social network, or any application that is present on the device. Now let me give you a very quick demo by showcasing you two devices. One on the left is having an iJura-based solution enabled on its end. It's running on an AT&T network in the US, and it's a UK-based SIM card from Max Telecom. And on the right, we have a standard iPhone, iOS 13.3, which is updated with the latest security from Apple. It's running on an iPhone 7 Plus. And the device on the left is running on an older iOS version, which means it's very vulnerable and it's not been updated for the last 2 years. We're using a Zscaler solution over here to show you the preview on how vulnerable these devices are. And we wanted to use a third-party solution to ensure we are fair by not using our own solution to test our own devices, right? Because that would completely not make it trustworthy. As you can see, the device on the left has fared pretty well. It's passed all the tests. The one that is using an iJura solution versus our device on the right is unable to stop any executable file attack, any botnet attack, any virus attack, any malicious attack whatsoever. It cannot block any access to any gambling site or pawn site or any sort of a corporate policy that you may want to deploy for your employees. Also, at the same time, an iJura solution provides you with a peace of mind SSL solution, ensuring that your data is not only safe and secure, but also your employee data is totally secure. Now let's see how well do we compare with other players in the market. We work very well with an MDM company. We can integrate with them directly and provide a DPI solution, because MDMs today will help you secure your device by providing a minimal access, but they do not offer any DPI engine in the backend, which means any malicious link that comes on a device which could still go and access or still start leaking the data out. Any other market solution in the market today is not offering a SIM-based solution, including Zscaler. They do offer a mobile app, which is pretty heavy, like the MDMs, which can drain the battery of your phone. They both deploy corporate policies, even on a BYOD use case, which means any employee downloading these applications is also sharing their personal information or personal data out to an enterprise admin, which is not fair. And more than that, both these solutions, including an antivirus, does not offer a network enforced zero-touch approach, which Azure is offering today. So 3 broad use cases we cover: a hardened SIM-based solution, which is for company-owned devices; a bring your own device solution for employee-owned devices, where we offer mobile app that can be downloaded from an Android or iOS store; and an IoT use case specifically for SIM-based IoTs that covers data and data bus signaling use cases. So these are the different range of devices that we cover on IoT side and connected device side, right? From manufacturing devices to connected cars, buses, trucks, signals, any device that can connect via a SIM card or could use a mobile-based application from Android or iOS, we can pretty much secure that. We are backed by one of the largest telecom operators in the world called Tata Communication. That is moving around 25% of the global internet traffic. If you would like to see a demo or learn more about the product, please email me at manas@aishura.com or visit our website, www.aishura.com. We will look forward to hearing back from you. Thank you.
Great. Next, I'd love to welcome a group of startups in finance operations and legal. And we will start with Scan. Scan.ai is a cognitive technologies platform used to uncover enterprise business processes. They're based in where I am, San Jose, California, and Scan's offering accelerates and optimizes intelligent automation, digital transformation, and helps define the future of work. We have Avinash here to tell us more about Scan.
Hello there, my name is Avinash and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Scan.ai. Scan helps map, model, and manage the invisible enterprise. What is the invisible enterprise? Between what an organization thinks is its business process and what is actually happening on the ground. Between the boxes and arrows diagrams at level 1, level 2 that describe processes and the standard operating procedures, and what's actually happening in the innumerable exceptions, nuances, and decisions that human beings are taking with digital tooling, lies the invisible enterprise. It is critical that we know that, but the reason we do not know about it is because we use human discovery to be able to figure out these business processes. This act of human interviews actually does not work. It does not work because there is a tacit dimension of knowledge, that human beings know more than they can tell. And always, when we ask someone what is it that they do in a given situation, the answer is not what they do, but the answer is what they're supposed to be doing. And so, large part of what an organization thinks is its business process is simply not true. You'd say, well, that's all very well, but why do we care? We care because we do not want to be a statistic on a page like this. Enough blood, sweat, and tears have already been spent on digital transformation that was not quantified and depended on anecdotal evidence. Scan aims to change that. We change it by using computer vision, which is where the digital rubber hits the digital road, which is where all decisions are seen on the screen. We use computer vision to observe the screens at scale across the organization to be able to figure out what the business process is. We do not require access to your backend systems. We do not require access to any data or logs. We use information on the screen, and using computer vision, we figure out what the business process looks like. There is no human discovery, and therefore we can easily go beyond the happy path descriptions of work. And because this is a data-driven description of work, we can simulate, we can interrogate, we can automate these processes. So Scan, we deploy tooling on each of the desktops where work is happening, and we use the information on the screen to capture information much like a WebEx or a Zoom would, and use that to be able to build out process twins, not just on the work of one person, but of the many people who are working in the organization. Using this information, we are either able to provide supervisory AI or data-driven re-engineering and transformation that then dovetails into digital transformation agendas of the organizations. So what is it that Scan can do for the enterprise? One, it can help understand and optimize before you make digital interventions based on data. And second, after the digital intervention has been made, and that intervention may be automation or change in tooling or retraining of people, monitor and manage the impact, again, on a data-driven basis, not based on interviews. So Scan does not automate. Scan drives continuous compliance and risk using supervisory AI. Scan benchmarks work, provides precision training, and Scan is being used for process mapping and compliance in claims management, in automation and application rationalization, in compliance and due diligence, and in optimization and transformation at large organizations. Feel free to reach out to us at www.scan.ai. Thank you.
Great. Next, we have Usher. Usher is created to eliminate friction between enterprises and their customers. And here we have Michael to talk about how enterprises could leverage Usher to accelerate your workflow.
Hello, this is Michael Fisher, VP of Product and Marketing for Usher. We are an AI-powered startup out of Silicon Valley. And what gets us up and motivates us in the morning really is this goal to bring technology to the communications and workflows between insurers and their members and their brokers, right? These communications affect the claims journey, group benefits journeys, even member support issues into a contact center, or they could be broker journeys for sales and support questions back and forth. Oftentimes these are reliant on calls into a claim center or a contact center or a broker support center, or they could be emails, right? But what we see is this asynchronicity where it's inbound or outbound, could be 3 or 4 or 5 back and forth calls on a claim journey, for example. That's not uncommon for our customers when they reach out to us. So this is where we think we can bring some automation, not just on the communication side, but also on the workflow side. So the way we approach this is, first off, with just an omni-channel platform, right? We provide to our insurance customers, choice, the ability to engage with a customer on two-way text or AI chatbot, or through email automation, or dynamically by integrating with the IVR. And the platform's built on this best-in-class conversational AI technology that allows us to understand the intent of a customer across these channels. But what sets us apart and what allows us to deliver really compelling value is that we integrate into back-end systems. That's core systems, that's claim systems, that's CRMs like Salesforce or a ticketing system, or 40-year-old legacy homegrown systems, right? It's this integration, it's the ability to focus on the front of the journey and the communication with the end customer or member, and the integration of the back-end system to dynamically read and write, which makes us a very powerful solution for claims or for group benefits or for broker journeys, right? So in this way, we've built this automation toolkit for a business user, right? So if you're running claims, if you are running the call center, supporting member queries or broker onboarding or support for group benefits, we provide this low-code automation builder where we work with you to sort of process map how you're handling something today through a call or through an email, and decide which channel to move it over to and how to integrate into your backend, right? And that is a very powerful way to interact, because the business owner feeling the pain point knows the process the best, right? And then we work with them to translate that into the platform. So it's pretty powerful. We're also cloud-based. So that means, very scalable, instantly scalable. If a hurricane hits for a PNC, or if a pandemic hits, just hypothetically, you can scale instantly. But it also means that you can, as your teams are remote, if they're impacted by these natural disasters, that they have the ability to control these automations remotely, deploy them, create them, test them instantly. We deliver best-in-class BI and analytics tools so you can see what happens on a micro and macro level. And of course, as I said, we're powered by AI. So what's the impact here? We have case studies that sort of prove all this stuff out, but we can take claims journeys in the STD space and make sure they stay short-term disability and don't grow into long-term disability, right? We can automate the interaction between claimant and insurer and compress the timeframes on some of these claims from 3 weeks to under an hour. So we can cut costs, we can cut the length of the cycle time. We can reduce those claims from becoming, like I said, long-term disability claims. But we can also do this in a way that positively impacts the member experience, which is very powerful. So here's a quick smattering of our interactions, our experiences. These are all white label, brandable, of course. And if you'd like to try this out for yourself, you can do this right now. You can just text #events to this number that you see on your screen here, and you can see a sample of an Usher that will work on your mobile device and give you a sense of what a seamless custom digital channel looks like. And I've got a testimony here that I just want to throw this in and just make the point that there are as many companies are sort of going down this digital transformation journey, this path, right? And we view it as a path. We don't view solutions as one size fits all. We think that one part of the journey might require one approach, another part of that same journey might require another approach. Our platform is very flexible, very scalable, and in that way, it gives you this ability to be very agile in how you attack these interactions and how you seek to solve them and how to improve, right? We're modular as opposed to one size fits all, rip and replace. And so we've got testimonials that say this, that we really become a partner in this journey. And to sort of prove that out, we start small, we drive for quick time to value, we start with a quick POC. We level set on some very clear KPI through the POC, and we aim to get into POC and start proving value within the first 45 to 60 days. And this allows us to get to production, and in many cases within 90 days. So we practice what we preach there. So hey, I think I'm up on time here, but I want to thank you for your time and invite you to email me if you'd like us to walk you through a quick demo. Email is michael.fisher@usher.com, and we'd love to show you what we can do.
Great. Next, we have Lexion. Lexion helps its customers quickly find and gain insights about contracts in a unified system powered by AI. And we have Gaurav for his 5 minutes overview of Lexion.
Hi, my name is Gaurav, and I'm the founder and CEO of Lexion, the intelligent repository for your contracts. We help your legal teams understand what's in their agreements. Let me start by telling you a bit about us. We were founded in 2019 and raised a $4.2 million seed round from Madrona, as well as Wilson Sonsini, a major West Coast law firm and one of our early enterprise clients. We are an incredibly experienced team of technologists, and we built the company out of the Paul Allen Institute for Artificial Intelligence, a world-class research institute on AI. Our technology is award-winning. CB Insights called Lexion one of the top 100 startups to watch in the AI sector, and the only one in the legal field. And we've published at major academic conferences, like NeurIPS in 2019. Our technology is solid. Let me show you how it helps your business. Legal teams today store their contracts in file folders. These are typically PDFs, and sometimes they're tracking obligations stored within them manually in spreadsheets. Now, finding these agreements is a painful, slow process, searching for text, and doing any kind of reporting, even trying to identify which contracts will auto-renew next month, is cumbersome and difficult. Let me show you how we can help. Lexion takes your contracts and parses them to extract key attributes. We then deliver these to you in a powerful and easy to use repository with great search, reporting, permissions, integrations, alerts, and lots of other great features that help you run your business. What really sets us apart, however, is that we help you with onboarding. Our customers tell us all the time that they've evaluated other contract management systems only to realize that they would be stuck with having to load up their hundreds or thousands of contracts manually and type in information before any of the reporting would light up. We're able to do this for you thanks to our cutting-edge technology. The way we do this is we pull your documents from a variety of different sources. We convert them to text, and then we start to analyze them to identify specific clauses. We then extract over 30 different attributes and present them to you in an easy to navigate and use manner. We have lots of different integrations to work with your systems. We can pull data from a variety of file storage systems. We can also push data into Salesforce or other systems of record. And of course, we work with DocuSign and other signature services. When we talk to our customers, big like Apptio and smaller like Algorithmia or Cumulo, we hear the same things all the time. They love that we create a single source of truth for their agreements. We help them track critical data that allows them to then report on this data. We give them excellent full text search and the ability to find agreements that they're looking for. We give them reminders and alerts so they never miss that auto-renewing vendor agreement. We play nicely with the people in their organization as well as their systems, making it easy to invite others with fine-grained permissions control, as well as pushing data to where it needs to go. For PNP members, we're offering a free 60-day trial hosted with your contracts. Please let us know if you're interested. And for investors in the room, we'll be raising our Series A next year, early next year. So please reach out to me if you're interested in having a conversation. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Again, if you would love to see a live demo from our startups, please join Brel to walk you through their solutions, or you can contact me. I'm happy to make introductions. Now we will move on with IT and infrastructure, and we will start with Open Legacy. Open Legacy is a digital-driven integration platform that enables organizations to leverage their core systems in order to achieve digital transformation 10 times faster. They're headquartered in New Jersey, and they also have offices around the world. And here we have the CEO and founder, Romy.
Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Thank you for tuning in to listen about Open Legacy. I'm Romy Stein, CEO and co-founder of Open Legacy, and I'm happy to share with you over the next few minutes a little bit about us and what we do. First, let me begin with kind of sharing our mission statement. Back in 2013, when we started, we focused on enabling every enterprise, no matter how complex is their IT infrastructure, to go truly digital. And what we mean by the word truly digital is that it's not enough that you have a digital proxy or an API, but it's really more relevant that your service performs in the level of scalability and robustness that your new digital clients would expect in this day and age. If we move on into kind of a little bit about us as a company, you can see that we are now serving clients across the globe. A lot of them are global tier 1 customers. We have over 50 enterprise clients running in production. And what we focus on in one word is essentially automating and standardizing the process of creating digital services for legacy systems or for those business process mission critical workloads that you are still running in your enterprise. But let's first maybe talk a little bit about the market and what we are seeing, and maybe going a little bit into the product. But I would probably assume that you are not surprised to see that a lot of your digital challenges or needs, in fact, have intensified since COVID-19, because not only that your partners and end users and clients expect to get more of your business processes now available online, but also your employees need now to have stronger access or deeper access into your core systems, into your mission critical workloads, so they can perform more things through their digital channels and provide that level of flexibility even when working remote. And for that end, I think over the past probably decade or two, not a lot has changed from a concept perspective, especially if you're familiar with terms like SOA, service-oriented architecture, or even ESB, Enterprise Service Bus. And those are kind of technologies that are over a decade now. And while many folks believe they have disappeared, the actual reality is that they still reside in your enterprise infrastructure. And essentially, every time you need to build a new digital service to enable a new business process through multiple digital channels, eventually you have to go through what we would call kind of this service-oriented architecture, which typically involves many teams in your organization, multiple products, multiple layers that essentially are kind of moving the ball from one end to another. And one of the challenges of that I would say process is that you may be as fast as your weakest point, and if your weakest point is that you have to go through that lasagna, I would say, of products, eventually every digital service that you need to bring to your customers and end users from your existing business processes may take months or weeks in the best case. And obviously that's very challenging. What we actually offer is a different approach, an approach we call kind of microservices to the core or innovation to the core, where we essentially bypass all the legacy middleware, in fact, all the layers that have been built over the years, and we communicate directly with the underlying application, underlying business processes that continue to run your processes today. Whether you are a bank or an insurance or manufacturing or a retail, eventually you have various systems anywhere from mainframe through S400 or SAP, Oracle, or other homegrown applications. Eventually, what we enable is the ability to connect directly to those underlying applications and invoke and create an abstraction layer in more modern architecture like microservices, enable you to kind of provide more services to your digital without the need to provide a lot of customization, a lot of manual work, and multiple teams, multiple products that you had over the previous technology generation. So in a nutshell, this is how typically kind of an implementation looks at Open Legacy, coming up above your core systems, legacy system, and able to very quickly expose and deliver new functionalities that are measured in hours or a matter of days rather than weeks or months. And in a nutshell, I would say that those are the typical business value that we provide our clients, anywhere from creating the service 10 or 20x faster, using much fewer teams and people to provide that service. And of course, the fact that everything we do is based on standard and the layering of the technology, it enables also an improvement or reduction in the latency in a way that your service becomes truly digital. Thank you for your time, and happy to share more use cases and any questions that might come up. Thank you.
We all know that future companies, if they want to be successful, they have to be AI driven. But FourPass thinks the enterprise AI journey does not have to be painful. And the team has a few exciting news to share recently. First, they signed 2 new clients during COVID-19, including a research and development branch of a large automotive manufacturer from Japan. They also just released a self-service version of the platform. So if you're interested, please contact them and start a free trial. And I will pass it to Thomas.
Hi, everyone. I'm Thomas, Platform Product Manager at FourPass. FourPass is an end-to-end platform for distributed data teams to help them deliver AI applications faster. What we believe in is that workers of the future will be making decisions using AI-based recommendations, and they will be using these recommendations from a variety of different apps using information that is flowing across the company, whether it's outside or inside. And these apps are going to be in the formats of either dashboard, alerts, and so there's really a need to help these companies scale their AI practice. But there are a lot of hurdles to bringing AI to a large scale in a company. The first one is that AI applications are complex. And we like to insist on the fact that they're not complex because they're mathematically complex or because they're logically complex. They're not complex because of the algorithms themselves. They're complex because of all the different parts that need to come together to build an AI application. And this is something that Google has talked about in a paper in 2015. And it's really focusing around the collection of the data, the infrastructure that makes sure that it's always up and running and available, extracting the right feature. The algorithm itself is only 10% of the actual work for an AI application. And then once you know what you want to build, really there's the issue of how do you operationalize that? How do you bring to life your AI experiment and turn it into a product that you can scale inside of a business? And for this part, there's a couple of different roadblocks. You need to hire the right people, which is really hard to do. There's sometimes that's incompressible. Like if you're moving from paper-based systems to a digital system, you're gonna have to train your employees. And there's a lot of cost associated to setting up the right tools, maintaining them, deploying them. So there was really a platform that was needed to be able to industrialize these AI initiatives that are currently stuck in the experimental phase. So ForPass is really the first end-to-end platform for distributed data teams, which will help you build, deploy, and also scale any AI application. What we've seen is that our users end up really improving by 10 times the speed at which they can deliver their AI projects. Something that would take between 6 to 8 months can be done between 3 to 4 weeks. By being able to be so fast-paced, they can iterate much faster and focus on the business value, yielding higher success rates on these actual projects. So we monitor that about 70 and 80% of AI projects never go to production. And finally, we're only pricing based on compute, which means it makes us competitive when you scale an AI business because we're not pricing on a user license base. Finally, our product is really focusing on simplicity. We want to make sure that it's accessible by everyone. So we automate most of the complexity when it comes to the orchestration, the infrastructure. And there's a lot of space in the platform that's very much low code. And we also integrate with best practices, best frameworks for machine learning and AI. And we offer integrations with a variety of different developing tools. We are also a multi-cloud business, battle tested and enterprise ready. So we offer the 3 public clouds in the US, Google, AWS, and Azure, and also work with a variety of European cloud provider, as well as the ability to deliver on-premise. In terms of our company and our clients, we were born in 2015, raised a first Series A in 2017, was named Cool Vendor in the AI Core category last year by Gartner, and have a portfolio of about 20 active clients in the Fortune 500 space. And we also work with a variety of different partners from OEMs to actual technical integrators. With AXA, which is a large insurance provider, we develop a machine learning pipeline to automate the tagging of incoming documents using NLP. With Crédit Agricole, who's a large financial institution in Europe, we are building a tool to automate the KPIs for their internal auditor. So when they start a new audit, the first thing they do is they want to kind of have a quality or a bit of a health check on the status of the system of the institution they're auditing, and they want to run a bunch of reports that are automated. Third use case is working with Henner Group, who's a local healthcare provider, insurance provider. And what we're doing is predicting churns for regional local sales agent. And finally, we have developed a POC in collaboration with the McKinsey company to be able to forecast market rates for real estate agents and buyers. All right, that's it for today. If you'd like to hear more, feel free to get in touch. You have my contact information over here, or otherwise you can reach out on the website to get your free trial of the platform. Thank you very much.
Great. Next, we have Kaholo. Kaholo is a DevOps automation platform. It lets developers easily and quickly build advanced automation workflows within minutes. And the team is based in Tel Aviv, Israel. And here we have Lear. He is a successful serious tech entrepreneur and now the CEO of Kaholo.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for taking the time to see what Kaholo is about. In short, we help companies to deliver higher quality software much faster than before. So with this whole digital transformation trend, a lot of traditional companies have become software companies. They release a lot of software products, and the true competition becomes about releasing software faster than your competition. In most companies, in order to do something like this, they try to automate a lot of the manual work in order to make sure that there are no mistakes and the software is released very fast. Now, within many companies, there's a DevOps group that is responsible to automation processes in addition to managing the infrastructure. But in the last couple of years, we see a trend where DevOps people are very hard to find, and the DevOps group is always overwhelmed with a lot of tasks. So they shift a lot of automation processes or building to other groups like engineering, IT, testing, and so forth. Now, the DevOps people used to work with the traditional automation tools, but the new groups, the IT, engineering, and testing are not. And those traditional tools like Jenkins, Circle CI, Terraform, and so forth, they have a couple of things in common. One, each one has its own proprietary language that the user needs to master. And if you don't know that already, it takes anywhere between 1 to 6 months to learn a new language. The other thing is the way you build those automation processes. It's all based on scripts that you need to write and test. And that takes anywhere between a couple of days and a couple of weeks before you have an automation process up and running. So let me show you how it works today. One or more engineers are sitting on a piece of paper or whiteboard and sketch the process that they want to build. And then they go and take one of the existing traditional tools for automation and start to build this never-ending script, for a few days or a week or so in order to complete a single process. So at Kahulu, we thought it makes no sense, and we decided to build a low-code solution for DevOps automation. And this process in Kahulu, this is what it looks like. So with Kahulu, you basically drag and drop plugins into the canvas, connect them, and you have a process. Kahulu is basically a complete solution for building, running, monitoring automation processes in a very fast way. Kahulu is completely flexible. You can actually do anything that you can do with a script with Kahulu, and sometimes there are things that you can do with Kahulu but not with a script. So you can do anything you want in terms of automation. The other thing, the onboarding takes only a single day. You don't have to learn a new programming language or anything like that. It's very easy and very fast. Building a process also is very fast. It takes hours compared to days with the existing solutions. So the productivity is increased by tenfold. In addition to that, of course, junior engineers can now create very complex pipelines, very complex automation process, unlike with the existing tools that require very expensive and experienced DevOps engineers. So let me finish with a couple of case studies. Checkpoint is one of our customers, it's the security giant. And basically they have a team of sales engineers that are building solutions or tools for the sales teams in the field. One of the requirements was to build a tool that allows them to have environments for testing and training in the cloud. And instead of taking any of the existing traditional tools, they have taken Kahulu, and within less than a week, they had a process up and running. And since last October, they have been increasing their usage and they're using the product, thousands of times every month. Another case study is with Align Technology, also a big public company from the Silicon Valley. And basically, they're using Kahulu for testing orchestration, as they have many different testing tools, and they needed one kind of a place to orchestrate all of the testing. So if your company is looking for ways to deliver higher quality software much faster than ever before, come and see me. I'll be happy to assist. Thanks for watching this.
Great. Next, we will move on to big data, and we will start with Infer. And here's the video from Jordan, the CEO and founder of Infer. And welcome to the world of secret computing.
We are in the age of machine learning and AI, and we have an insatiable appetite for data, but we're facing headwinds. Consumers, policymakers, and regulators are justifiably voicing their concerns about the use of data and privacy. And this is leading to balkanization, data silos. Now our data lakes are becoming data ponds. Sometimes our data lacks the diversity, which leads to algorithmic bias. And there's sovereign data policies, which are inhibiting our ability to transfer personal data across borders. We need a way to compliantly, securely, and privately compute on that distributed data without moving it. I'm Jordan Brandt, the co-founder and CEO of Infer, and we pioneered secret computing to solve this problem. We're enabling our customers to compute data while it remains encrypted, to enable privacy-preserving machine learning and analytics. We're here to dispel this false dichotomy that you have to make a trade-off between data utility and data privacy. You can have them both. So a quick synopsis on encryption. There are three primary pillars of encryption. You have encryption in transit, encryption at rest, which I hope all of your organizations are doing today. At Infer, we're focused on the more elusive target on encryption in use while it's being processed. This is what we call secret computing. But now this isn't only about data security and privacy. It's about what you can do with your data because it is secure and private. We're just scratching the surface on the applications and financial services with our customers today. Within your organization, we can enable you to compliantly run analytics across jurisdictions, across lines of business. We're seeing banks partner with telcos and insurers to build better credit models, to build better risk models and customer marketing applications. And we're really excited about the evolution of consortia to fight fraud and AML with enthusiastic support from the regulators. The basic simple definition here is more data equals better predictions, right? Within your organization, within a department, within a line of business, you may not have the diversity of data that you need, again, leading to algorithmic bias or suboptimal performance. By combining more data, you're able to get better predictions with simpler models that you can explain to regulators. And as we see more cross-industry sharing, we're starting to see more predictions that were impossible to make before secret computing. To explain this a little bit, our XOR secret computing engine is in production today with customers around the world. And let's walk through a scenario. Let's say that you have a data scientist who wants to be able to train a model on distributed data to which he or she does not have read access. It's very simple. They're going to use their current tools and develop their model in, let's say, Python. They're going to submit that to our XOR service, which will compile it into a secret compute circuit, which is sent to these distributed data sources. That data is then computed while it's encrypted and exchanged between these parties, respecting all of these sovereign data silos so that you can meet compliance requirements like GDPR. Those results are then broadcast back to the analyst platform where they're combined into the final output, which is accurate to within 6 digits of precision. So to recap here, the data scientist was never exposed to PII in those data sets, the XOR service never saw the data, and all those data silos remained intact. Now, when you compare this to other privacy-enhancing techniques, secret computing is the only one that does not trade off between privacy and precision. Our commercial product, XOR, is based on our advances in multi-party computation. We also have an open source library for fully homomorphic encryption called TFHE. And by the way, both of them are quantum resilient. Infer is headquartered right here in New York City. We also have offices in Switzerland and San Francisco. We have an experienced leadership team that's built successful companies before, and we have a very deep and diverse technical team. We publish over 300 papers in cryptography, mathematics, and computer science. But it's not only our team there, it's also our customers and our investors who believe in the company, believe in the technology, and are using it today. So in summary, we're building a secret computing ecosystem with industry leaders around the world. We're deployed live in many locations, many countries. We're starting to see more cross-jurisdictional applications. Today, we're helping our customers improve the current models that they have and do so compliantly. Tomorrow, we're enabling our customers to make predictions that are impossible to do without secret computing. Remember, in the age of AI, you do not have to trade off your data privacy and the utility. Thank you very much. Give us a shout later.
Great. If you would love to learn more about secret computing, Infer is Umbrella. So go and set up a meeting with them there. A few people are asking on Q&A if they can get a list of the presenters today. There are a few ways that you can get it. You can either go to Umbrella. All of the startups that are presenting during our Summer Summit are listed on Umbrella. Or you can also email me at zoe@pmptc.com. I'm happy to share our current batch poster with you. And next, we will move to Datado. First of all, congratulations for Datado team for recently closed $2 million seed round with Impulse Capital. It's a very challenging time to raise money, and you guys did it. And they also just released Datado 3.0, which has a completely new data integration interface that's easier to use than ever. And here we have Joe from Datado.
Hi, everyone. My name is Joel, and I'm the head of sales at Datado. Datado is a cloud-based, no-code data integration platform capable of ingesting data from essentially any online API-based data source. Our platform gives users one central point to manage all of their business's data. With Datado, you can add data transformations, merge data from various sources, whether they're marketing, sales, finance, or CRM data, and then orchestrate where that data goes. This can be business intelligence tools, dashboarding apps, or data storage solutions. We break down the data silos that are often created within modern day organizations and help them to eventually make well-informed, data-driven decisions without all the usual data headaches. As we know, there are more and more online data platforms that companies are being forced to adopt every day, and it can be a daunting task to figure out what to do with all of this data, and more importantly, how to manage it without wasting your precious time downloading, prepping, and delivering the data where it needs to go. We offer built-in connectors to over 75 commonly used services, and we have basic generic JSON connectors that allow users to connect to services that we don't offer right out of the box. Once the data is set up to be automatically ingested into our environment, organizations can automate the output of the data to a huge variety of BI tools and storage systems, as you can see here. Here I can show you a brief glimpse into what the platform actually looks like. It's really as simple as looking at our data sources here. We have connectors to dozens of popular services, and they're really, really easy to set up. It really only takes a minute or two. And once we have the sources configured with some basic settings here, we can choose an output to another wide variety of storage solutions and BI tools that you can see here. So a little bit about the key values that Datado provides, starting with integration flexibility. Datado works with any API-based service and really quickly maps the fields and metrics to work with your desired data output. This is done using a completely no-code approach, meaning that non-technical users like marketing leads can work with data without relying on internal data scientists to build out queries and deliver their data. Interoperability, we make it really easy to connect these new data sources into your existing stack, again, without the need for costly custom engineering or maintenance of your connectors. And fast deployment. Enterprise-grade competitors might be able to accomplish the same output that we can, but it takes months usually to implement, which can leave companies in a slump where it will take them weeks to get mission-critical data to the correct teams. Whereas with Datado, a new source can be implemented into your stack within minutes. With the increasing adoption of cloud-based softwares and the need for data management centralization, Datado brings the advanced data integration solutions provided by big vendors like SAP, SAS, or Talon to the mid-market segment where these types of technologies just years ago were totally cost prohibitive. So we don't intend to directly compete with these big boys, but at the same time, we see the market moving towards mid-sized businesses as far as data awareness is concerned, and we think that the current offerings can't satisfy the cost and value demands of these smaller businesses, and that's where Datado comes in. We've had really strong traction in our first 15 months in business, and we're really, really proud of our current portfolio of customers, and it keeps growing every day. We have a consumption-based pricing model, so companies scale based on their actual data consumption within the platform. And so we're really able to grow with companies starting from the startup phase all the way up into larger enterprise organizations. And of course, we're really proud to have been recognized by Gartner at the end of last year as a cool vendor in the data management category. They seem to really share a vision in the data integration management market, and they feel that this market is really going to be one that really shines in the coming years as companies realize that data is truly the answer to success in these times. So we're really excited to have Gartner have recognized us last year. And with that, I will end my presentation, and we really appreciate your time.
Our next startup is doing something you've probably seen in sci-fi movies. Senseye is a computational neuroscience company based in Austin, Texas, and they use computer vision technologies to understand the activity of the brain and leverage the data to help you build your product through understanding and personalization. I'll pass it to David.
Hi everybody, my name is David Zachariah. I'm the CEO and founder of Senseye. We are a computational neuroscience company based in Austin, Texas. And today I have a quick presentation, kind of the story behind Senseye, what it is we do, and then one of our use cases that is relevant here. So Senseye started originally about 7.5 years ago now as my 10th grade high school science fair project. And in case you don't believe me, my Jewish mother found some very embarrassing pictures to prove this. But the original idea behind the science fair project, I was working out of the nanorobotics lab at UC Irvine on a way to build normal computer processors, but we were using molecules of strawberry DNA instead of silicon. And the idea behind it was that if you ever wanted to build a computer chip small enough to fit inside of something like a contact lens, it would have to be able to operate on a microscopic scale. So long story short, I built a prototype, showed it was possible, submitted it to the California State Science Fair, and got promptly disqualified because they said either A, you stole it, or B, it's science fiction, but there's no way a high schooler figured this out. That being said, I got very lucky. There was a judge in the audience who was a judge for a different category and was serving as an admiral in the Navy at the time as the director of the Office of Naval Research. And so he came up to me afterwards and basically said, screw these guys, I'll have a team of scientists at the Navy take a look at this instead. And I ended up receiving an award and a grant from the Navy, which I take any day over a stupid science fair ribbon, and basically started Senseye after that. That being said, around that same time, I came to the conclusion that as awesome as that bionic chip concept was, it's pretty worthless until we figure out the command and control mechanism around it. And so I shifted my attention to that. And the idea was, even though we have all these interfaces that already exist, like a mouse, a keyboard, a touchscreen, so on and so forth, they all serve as an intermediary between the human brain and technology. But if the world's best command and control mechanism is the human brain, then we just need to figure out a way to tap into the brain wirelessly. And so over the past 5 years with a team of 30 of us, that wireless access to the brain is what we've begun to build. And so the way it works, if you've ever heard the phrase, the eye is the window to the soul, that phrase is actually true. So the iris of each of our eyes is comprised of several thousand muscle fibers, and each one of those muscle fibers is individually innervated to a different part of the brain. And so by just using a video camera to look at the movements of the muscle fibers, we're able to wirelessly read out most of the activity of the brain with the same fidelity as a functional MRI. But instead of using a giant $5 million magnet the size of the room you guys are probably in, that you have to stick someone inside of, we're able to use very small commercial off-the-shelf cameras. That being said, while we're always doing more and more R&D to build out access to more parts of the brain, we've built a couple applications around the pieces of the science and technology that we've built and gotten peer-reviewed so far. One that I want to touch on quickly is an automated operational risk management platform, which we built in partnership with Lloyd's of London. And essentially what this application is, it's a camera and a screen. You go in front of it, it does about a 20-second scan, and then it gives you a red light or a green light if you're fit for duty or not. And it's basically measuring 3 things. It's measuring, number 1, are there any alcohol or drugs in your system that are causing you to be impaired? If it's alcohol, we spit out a BAC. If it's a substance, we catch it regardless of whether it's marijuana or cough medication. We don't care what it is, we just want to know, are you impaired? Number 2 is fatigue, but it's actually cognitive fatigue. So is your brain firing on all cylinders? Yes or no? And number 3, psychological risk factors, which right now are things like abnormal stress and anxiety disorders. So the application, not this orders, responses. So the application with Lloyd's right now, they're deploying this on offshore container ships and on container ships and offshore oil platforms, essentially as a way to mitigate for the human element of risk. Able to make sure that before you start your shift, you're fit, you're good to go, and then you start. So just kind of wrap it up, so we're running out of time. The long-term goal of what we're working on building here is what we call human-computer symbiosis, which to us is the ability to use a human brain the way a mouse and a keyboard is used today. So instead of typing or clicking, you simply think or feel, and thoughts and emotions become the command and control mechanism of the virtual world. And the obvious question everyone asks is, well, how do you go from where you are now to that? And the answer is, as we biomark more and more sections of the brain, as you biomark more and more sections of the iris, we get access to more parts of the brain until we have access to the whole brain. Anyways, I'm sure you have lots of questions, and I'm looking forward to answering them.
Great. Next, we have R4. R4 is the leader in applying AI to cross-enterprise management, delivering better business outcomes as a service. Here we have the Chief Customer Officer, Alan.
Hello, my name is Alan Floor, and I'd like to welcome you to the Business of Better. R4 delivers better business outcomes with a cross-enterprise AI system that was built by the founders of Priceline, with a yield DNA and science that created a $100 billion market cap and allowed Priceline to handily outdistance a number of great names in technology in return to shareholder value for the last 15 years. After a great run at Priceline, 4 of the 5 founders of Priceline built R4 with the idea of taking that same approach to yield and applying it to other businesses. We've been at this a few years, and so far the results are great, with some fantastic clients in consumer packaged goods, retail, financial services, and other industries, which goes to show that when your system thinks of the world as a yield optimization challenge, there are many challenges you can address. To give you an overview of the system from left to right, we start with data as is, with no need to cleanse your data, to harmonize or normalize your data sets. We add external data and create your R4 AI market model, which is essentially a digital simulation of your market, which allows you to see the market in ways you hadn't seen before and make very accurate predictions in terms of product demand, volume, and specific events such as customer churn. We make this available to business users to allow them to discover new opportunities and manage the day-to-day use cases in marketing, supply chain, and sales through the existing business systems that are already in place in the company. The heart of the system is the R4 AI market model, and the data science theory of the case is that every marketplace in the world can be described as the intersection and interaction of people, places, and things. The people are your customers and all the characteristics of those customers. The places are the locations where they purchase or consume your products, and the things are the products themselves and the characteristics and attributes of those products. To give you an example, one of our clients is a bottled water company, and you'd think that's a pretty simple product, but our system doesn't think of it that way. It sees that bottle of water as a set of attributes. It has specifications like height and weight and volume. It has functional benefits around hydration and portability, and it has emotional characteristics that are tied to the brand and the label. So even that humble bottle of water, if we do our job right, is 30 to 50 unique attributes that describe that product. Multiply that by the hundreds of products this company offers, multiply that by the characteristics that we've ingested about their consumers, multiply that by the dozens and dozens of characteristics around their many, many locations, and that happy circumstance of a consumer walking into a 7-Eleven and grabbing their bottle of water versus some other beverage is the result of thousands of variables coming together and forming a pattern that resulted in a favorable outcome to our client. Our job at R4 is to quickly ingest internal data, add external data, find patterns that result in favorable outcomes, and then make recommendations so that favorable outcome happens just a little bit more frequently. Once we've built this foundation, it becomes the engine for a variety of use cases around personalization, demand-driven supply, and localization. The same foundation can go across each use case and drive results in each of these use case areas. And while we love the technology, the company is very much focused on return on investment. And in fact, we can't take on a new client until we've proven that they will have a 10-fold annual return on investment opportunity. meaning they're getting $10 back in gross margin for every dollar they spend with R4. And so far, that has been a great process for us because we're not averaging tenfold return on investment. It's more like 30 to 50 times annual return on investment. What we're looking for in our relationship with Plug and Play is to build on our customer base in core industries that we serve, to expand to new use cases and industries, and opportunistically raise additional rounds of funding. Thank you for your time.
Great. There's a question on Q&A asking about the previous startup's name, and it's Senseye, and spells as S-E-N-S-E-Y. And again, all of the startups that we're presenting today are listed on Umbrella. You can find it by logging and use the special code provided by Plug and Play. If you want a one-pager of our startups, I can also share with you, share the batch poster with you. And you can email me at zoe@pmptc.com. Next, we will move on to our last group of startups in customer experience, and we will start with Agara. Agara can listen, understand, and respond to phone calls from customers and vendors without any human intervention. Using real-time voice AI, Agara also extracts a lot of intelligence from calls. And here we have Abhimanyu to reveal the secret behind Agara.
Hi, my name is Abhimanyu. I am the founder and CEO of Agara. Today we'll talk about how you can use real-time voice AI to elevate your phone support experience. Agara is an autonomous virtual voice agent. What does that mean? Agara is built using AI. It's designed to handle phone support conversations, and it does so using natural spoken language. So think back to every single customer support agent that you might have. They are listening to your consumers. They are trying to understand what their issues are. They are already trained on how to resolve those issues, and they do so using a very conversational format. Now imagine all of those capabilities this time available to you virtually. That's what Agara is. Agara is a virtual agent and hence comes with unlimited scale and capacity. You can run thousands of parallel calls and you can run millions of calls during the year. It's an agent that is constantly learning. Every call that passes through Agara teaches it to be better, and it understands accents from around the world. The benefits? Right off the bat, you're looking at a massive cost reduction of 30 to 50% by moving some of your call load from your current agents to Agara. You're also looking at manually handled call volumes going down, so you're looking at a smaller size of contact centers to be maintained. But most of all, you're looking at enhanced consumer experiences, largely because they're waiting on lines longer. Virtual agents respond to them instantly, so they are no longer waiting for 10, 15, 20 minutes to get their queries answered. It also means that people with simpler problems get faster responses, unlike the current stage where everybody is in the same boat. It also means that you, as the business owner, have a lot more visibility into what's actually happening inside your calls. And this kind of a product can be deployed across a variety of use cases, and we've shown you some of those things that we are already sort of working towards. Insurance and banking, you look at a lot of payments and collections related use cases that is happening regularly, happens millions of times during a year, and that's the sort of thing that Agara can automate very, very effectively. Issues like lead qualifications on loans and credit cards and various other credit products that you might be putting out require a ton of information to be collected from consumers, and Agara can very well do that. In retail, Agara handles things around the order, whether it is status inquiries, cancellations, modifications, and so on and so forth, as well as loyalty account and user account management. In airlines, we are now looking at a whole new world, especially in the post-COVID scenario. We are looking at cancellations, rescheduling, new flight bookings, route information, baggage information, as well as on-ground assistance using touchscreens and so on. And finally, in a bunch of other industries, including telecom, we are looking once again at lead qualification, bill overdue, and a bunch of internal processes as well. Some of the biggest brands around the world are now using Agara in various forms and manner, and we have decided to show you a small subset of what is possible. Procter & Gamble is by far our largest customers. We work with them across 10 different countries today, support a huge amount of support for them. We have almost served 1 million consumers, helped them save a ton of time and a ton of headache during the support process. Singapore Airlines, building up cancellation and modification engines for them. And JB Hunt, a completely different industry, where we are looking purely at analytics for future call automation. As a company, we are a single-minded focused company on deep learning. We want to utilize AI to drive solutions for today's problems. To that extent, we've built out a massive AI team, creating some of the most used products around the world. Multiple patents, multiple papers, and so on reflect that technical depth that we have built up. As a company, we've raised over $3 million with great investors like Kleiner Perkins, Bloom Ventures, and RTP Global, and we are in the process of raising our Series A. That's what we are. If this is something that's interesting to us, come talk to us. We'll be happy to take that up. Thank you.
Last but not least, we have Aigo. Aigo is an advanced natural language intelligence platform, which remembers what users said prior and use that information contextually in future conversations. They've been doing great recently. They raised $3.5 million and they're about to close their Series A. They also have a few Fortune 500 companies and their sales pipeline has customers, and they're hiring 30 new people. If your friends are looking for positions, check it out. And they're also about to move into a larger corporate office. I'm very, very excited about their accomplishments, and I will pass to Srini.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. My name is Srini Pagitiala. I'm the co-founder of Aigo.ai. So what we have with Aigo is the world's first and only intelligent cognitive assistant. In other words, a chatbot with a brain. So when you look at the chatbot space, there are 2,400 companies from IBM Watson all the way to Alexa, Siri, Google Assistant. All of these companies, they suffer from the same limitations, cognitive limitations. There is no memory. They don't understand. They don't remember what you said 2 sentences back, much less 2 days back or 2 weeks back. They cannot learn any new information interactively from you. If you tell Alexa or Siri that your favorite fruit is papaya, you ask them what my favorite fruit is, they can't answer that. They don't understand context or complex sentences. As an example, you can tell, hey, don't tell me weather. It still tells you weather. With absolutely no understanding, blah, 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 weather always opens up weather application. There is no understanding. It's more of a statistical, pattern matching. They cannot reason with you or even manage an ongoing meaningful conversation. Therefore, they cannot be hyper-personalized for one individual, much less doing this at scale. Now, Aigo elegantly bridges all of these cognitive limitations while it continues to hyper-personalize the experience for each user, and we can do this at scale, whether you have 10 users or 10 million users or 100 million users. Aigo can be hyper-personalized for that domain, for that user. So at the end of the day, Aigo delivers highly intelligent, hyper-personalized conversational assistants at scale for any domain within the enterprise, better than anyone else. Whether you need a personalized HR assistant for every single employee, or you need a personalized customer service assistant for every single customer, we can do that. In fact, to the best of my knowledge, we're the only ones who can say this, who can do this. So here is a comparison between Alexa and Aigo, but we are going after only enterprise customers, so only B2B or B2B2C type use cases. And for Aigo to work, you don't need a device. Aigo is a piece of software. We can integrate it with either any software, any hardware. So with that, let me show you where Alexa is trying to do some basic things.
All right. Alexa, add chips and guac, napkins, and 3 bottles of wine to John's birthday list.
I added chips, guac, napkins, 3 bottles of wine to your shopping list.
Actually, Alexa, remove the napkins from the list.
To clear your list or remove an item, visit the Alexa app.
Okay, then. Alexa, what do I have on John's birthday list?
You have one item on your shopping list. Chips guac napkins, 3 bottles of wine.
You call all that one item? Oh, Alexa, remember that John's favorite cake is red velvet.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Now here did I go.
All right, let's make this happen. Igo.
Hi there. What's on your mind?
Let's add chips and guac, napkins, and 3 bottles of wine to John's birthday list.
Good morning, Sam. I don't know what guac is.
Oh, guac is the same thing as guacamole.
Okay, creating John's birthday list. Is that okay?
Yep.
I added chips and guacamole, napkins, and 3 bottles of wine to John's birthday list.
What was the food on that list again?
Chips and guacamole and 3 bottles of wine.
Actually, let's make that 5 bottles.
Sure. The list is now 5 bottles of wine, chips and guacamole, and napkins.
Great, let's send it over to June. And ask her if there's anything I'm missing, please.
Sending John's birthday list to June via email.
Wait, always contact June by Skype.
Okay, sending the list to June via Skype.
Oh, remember that John's favorite cake is red velvet.
Got it.
Fantastic.
That's it. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Appreciate it.
All right, that concludes our startup presentation for today. And I want to thank for all of the startups that presented as well as participated in the Enterprise Tech program. It was a pleasure to work with you all in the past 3 months, and I'm very fortunate to be part of your journey. Next, I'd love to introduce my colleague Connie to present the corporate award to the most engaged and most innovative corporate partner of summer 2020.
Good afternoon. My name is Connie Weissman, and I'm co-director of the Enterprise Tech Vertical here at Plug and Play Tech Center. Today, we're giving out our Corporate Innovation Award. The recipient of the award today is Hughes. Hughes is one of our most active participants in the Enterprise Tech Vertical. Rohit Tripathi has been an excellent champion of the Enterprise Tech Vertical and the innovations that are born out of that. Rohit's interest lies in 5G, edge computing, and these technologies he brings back to use to help not only their own internal operations, but also the operations of their customers. We are thrilled to be giving this award to Hughes today and also to continue to work with them in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie, and congratulations, Hughes. A big shout out to our champion Rohit for being so active, engaged with the tremendous amount of value that you bring into our ecosystem. Our next program will remain virtual, and I'm constantly looking for more mentors. If you're interested to meet and mentor some of our startups, please feel free to reach out to me. And we have a few upcoming events in the next couple of months. I will pass it back to Connie to make the announcements as well as to wrap up the day.
I'd like to thank you for attending our summer summit today for enterprise technology. I'm sure you saw some very interesting startup companies and also heard some interesting comments from John Nolan. If you're interested in learning more about the Plug and Play platform or interested in meeting one of the startups one-on-one, please reach out to either Nate at Plug and Play Tech Center or Connie at pnptc.com. For upcoming events, we'd like to mention that on July 15th, we're having an Innovation Day in coordination with Hughes, and that will be a virtual Innovation Day. So I will send out more information about that next week. So all our corporate partners are welcome to attend. In addition, on August 17th through the 19th, we will be having our selection day for our anchor partners in enterprise technology. So please mark your calendars and we'll give you more information the next month. And lastly, we do have our fall summit in October. Typically, we do our summit in December, but we've moved over to the fall track. So we want you to mark your calendars for that as well. So that will be during the week of October 12th through the 16th, and more information will come as we gather that. Lastly, please remember that all these events at this time are virtual. Please share them internally. The more the merrier. I think we have over 1,000 attendees that will be here at the Summer Summit over these next 3 days. So thanks again, and we look forward to keeping the conversation going.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody. And if you would love to learn more about our platform, please contact Nate at nate@pmptc.com or connie@pmptc.com. And I want to thank you, Jonathan, for supporting me on the back end to make the whole event super smooth. And thank you very much for everybody for joining us today. And I will see you in our next event.